Apparently I'm able to drink tea without spilling it on myself. I'm fine, how are you? All right. We ready? All right, good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m., January 16th. Welcome to the OUNC meeting, January meeting, quarterly meeting. We are just going to start off with roll call. I'll start, we'll go to the right, and then when we get done in the room, we will hit online. And also, if you are a guest in here, we have a guest sign-up sheet being passed around as well. So, I'm Melanie Lewis. I represent regulated electricity. I work at Pacificorp, and I am the chair of this board.
I'm Alba Bogland. I work for Clackamas County. I represent counties, and I'm the treasurer of this board.
I'm Jamie Lemke. I represent natural gas distribution. I work for Northwest Natural, and I'm the secretary of the board.
Nate Rivera, Permiston Energy Services, representing municipal electric utilities.
Lee Tuminello, formerly with the city of Portland, representing cities with accommodation areas.
Andy Crocker with Rockwood Water, People's Utility District, representing special districts.
Megan Moore with Central Lincoln PUD, representing PUDs.
Terry Hogan, One Call Concepts.
Tiffany Evans, One Call Concepts.
Scott Gallegos, One Call Concepts.
Paul Schmidt, guest, and thank you very much for the invitation for Safety Moment today.
Good morning, Kitty O'Keefe, Executive Assistant and Outreach Coordinator.
Josh Thomas, Executive Director, Oregon 811.
Robbie West, City of Palm Falls, representing cities with population under 25,000.
I'm Casey, I work for Locating Inc. and I'm representing contract locating.
Micah Brown, Ziply Fiber, yes.
Mitch Borgetta, working for Comcast, representing cable TV.
Matt Barrett, SCTC, representing state or telephone cooperatives.
Richard Whitmire, Wasco Electric Cooperative, representing Electric Cooperative.
Kevin Hennessy, Oregon Public Utility Commission.
Frank Plant with One Call Concepts.
Jessica Epley with Ziply Fiber, representing telecommunications carriers greater than 50,000 access lines, and Vice Chair.
Samson Proctor, Oregon Public Utility Commission.
Kim Boyd with One Call Concepts.
Morning, Dan Florenzo with One Call Concepts. Jake Gilbertson, Northwest Natural Damage Prevention.
Aaron Nakano with Lionscape.
Good morning, Jim Walton with Lionscape.
Ken Pierce, Pioneer Tech.
And those joining us virtually, we have Jason Kennedy.
Yes, Jason Kennedy, Oregon State Director, ELM Utility Services, and Rogue Basin Vice President.
Jennifer Carter.
Yes, Jennifer Carter with Emery & Sons Construction Group.
Lynn Dietering.
Lynn Dietering, representing the OUCC, Oregon Utility Coordinating Council.
That's everyone. That's everyone? Okay. All right, well, thank you everyone for coming. Just some meeting logistics here. We have a full agenda, so more than likely we'll be going to about 3 o'clock today, hoping to get out earlier as always, but just prepare 3 o'clock. We will take breaks as needed. If you need to take a break before, go ahead and take your break. The bathroom is out this door and to the left. There are only 2 bathrooms, 2 single bathrooms, so plan accordingly. See, with that, head on over to Emergency exit would just be further down the hallway outside. Okay, emergency exit just down the hallway. Follow Kitty. Yeah. All right, and we have our sheet rolling around. Okay.
Does anyone else need to sign
Oh, you don't sign it.
So, good.
That's just for guests. Yep, guest signatures. Okay. Paul. Sounds like you're on. Welcome again.
Well, thank you very much. A privilege to be back amongst such honored guests. Just when you thought it was safe to get back in the water, well, it's not. Thank you very much again, and thanks to Kevin and the Oregon Public Utility Commissions, Northwest Natural, and Canby Excavation. Everyone has concurred with the presentation of the safety moment. And the whole purpose of this safety moment is to show you the importance of what you do here and how it's relevant to us out in the field and how it comes full circle. As a training professional, safety manager, any resource out there that can make us better, believe that we latch on to it. And it's always nice when you preach to your own children or preach to your own organization, they almost hear it like a parent talking to a child. It's yeah, but you know, the next door neighbor is much smarter, what have you. So any resource we can get that isn't us talking directly from a third party being able to use it comes across more valid and it holds more weight because we're all human in nature. I'm starting like a movie. You're seeing the last scene of the movie versus starting from the beginning. So here is a response letter from Canby Excavation back to the Oregon Public Utility Commission. And this letter was generated, as you'll see we go through the story. And it's basically saying, we received your letter, we understand your letter, we researched your corrective actions or suggested corrective actions, the resources provided, and yet it added another tool, a very valuable tool for us as safety managers to use in our training and our policies. I've got to say, Canby Excavation, when I joined them 12 years ago, they were like some contractors, as we all know. They do a large volume of business, and when you ask them how many incidents or accidents they had, they go, I don't recall one last year. And we all know what's taken place out in the field in reality. It's sweep it under the rug, hide it, or whatever. And it's nice to come in where people are receptive, want to learn, want to have a true safety environment, and learn from our mistakes. And that's, I've got to say, I thank Canby Excavation because they turned 100 degrees around, I should say 180 degrees around. And basically, when we have an accident, incident, investigate it, report it, learn from it, and how do we improve from it? Because you know what? If you're out there doing multi-millions and millions and millions of dollars of work, everyone that sits on a company can tell you, we're gonna have accidents and incidents. It's human nature. So from this, I go clear back. This response letter was written on January 7th of this year. So our next slide. It was generated because Northwest Natural, under our current structure, any repair costs that they incur that exceed $5,000 must be reported. And it must be reported to the Oregon Public Utility Commissions. So, in excess, that event, as you will see, took place on January 5th, 2024, over a year ago. This letter was generated the end of February 29th of 24, and it went to the Oregon Public Utility Commission, and the copy came to Canby Excavation. Next slide. There's the letter that came, and if you'll notice the date, December of 2024. So you know it's a legitimate government that it took 10 months to generate. I say that after 34 years of government service. And I mean nothing from it, but here was a letter received at Canby Excavation. The owners looked at it and they said, very interesting letter. Paul explained it, interpret it to us, and what does it mean? And this letter to me hit the nail on the head. They're saying, Paul, you had an incident back in January. It exceeded $5,000 in damage. We just want you to know there's resources out there that can make you better, that can basically bring more standards to your policies and company. And we're asking you if you will research Common Ground Alliance to go ahead and see what they offer and take these courses. Next slide. So yes, the overachiever Paul Schmidt went on there, and everything Common Ground Alliance had. I was gonna do it in Spanish too, but I thought that was too much bullshit, so I left that out, but I completed everything. I also had Colin Reed and Scotty Weisbreth take it also, because they're actually the two safety coordinators now at Canby Excavation. So we took it all, we sat down in a group and said, what did we learn, what was the value? And as I said before, the value of this training is, one, it was new to us, two, it comes from a third party, again, just like Northwest Natural and their training. We want to incorporate it into our company policies because it makes us better. And why are we here today? Because we did have an incident, once again, striking the utility line and our response to it. Next slide, please. And that's just Collins. And go to the next one, Scotty. Yeah. Here's the actual incident report that happened on January 5th out in the field. As I always said, there was a sequence of events. Superintendent was sick that day. Foreman wasn't paying attention, left to go get some donuts for the crew, and left an operator and crew digging in a new subdivision because everything had been located prior. The work was almost completed. We were going in there and doing punch list items. But unfortunately, inexperienced operator, top hand wasn't paying attention, and quite frankly, nobody was there to hold anybody accountable for the work taking place. So as a result of that, of course, could we have a strike on a small, no, 2-inch poly line that led into the subdivision? But the nice thing was, even though it was a young crew, they had been trained, again, 911 notified, utility provider notified immediately, shut down equipment, clear the area, safety incurred. So very proud that they knew what to do when the event took place, but the event should have never taken place. Next slide. Woodburn Fire and Rescue responding out there, Northwest Natural response coming out there. New subdivision, you can see the existing homes in that and the danger there. Next slide, please. 2-inch poly line, of course, they ripped right through it. And then talking to the one top hand, did you not see the sand? Did you not put 1 and 2 together? How many times did you know this line was here building this subdivision? No. Human nature again. Next slide, please. Again, Northwest Natural, awesome response. You can see why it exceeded $5,000. It was a main line. It took me quite a while to repair that and get it up running and reestablish service. A lot of times, contractors out there in the field don't realize the expense of our damages, but when you look at the response that it takes and the contract, and I gotta say, from sitting on this board, the wealth of knowledge I've learned, right down to when these crews do respond, so many of them, i.e. PGE and others, are under contract, have unions, and when they roll out with everything from flaggers to their own equipment, so there is no least expensive repair. Every repair is expensive. Right here, the actual incident happened January 5th, 2024. Right after that, Northwest Natural was on the phone with Colin and Robin from the damage prevention unit, set up training for the entire crew on scene that took place shortly after this. Again, the communication and relationships, from my experience on the board now and putting that out into the field and into practice, was a direct result of how well this full circle worked. Just emails between Colin and Robin. Keep going, Kitty, if you would. Same thing, 811. Keep going, if you would. Here, that happened on the 5th, so this following week for our safety meeting for the week, guess what they covered? Of course, our basic underground excavation practices, what's required, our manual. Not only did we present this, but we also complimented those on the scene for taking the appropriate action when the strike occurred. But it shows this took place on the 12th. Next slide. Anyway.
It ends there, I'm sorry.
The whole package came together in 1 year's time. And I've got to thank the board for everything the board does and continues to do. Because as a past board member, when I can get out there and preach, and I can explain and teach and show them what's taking place, the letters from Northwest Natural, the letters from Oregon Public Utility Commission gave us the ability to review our safety programs, increase our resources on the ground, added resources in our training and prevention that we didn't have before. And again, it's a pleasure to be here, but just to bring back the relevance of what's done in this board to what actually happens out in the field every day. And just very happy to answer any questions or concerns, additional information. Yes,
How long did it take to complete all of the modules? Did you keep a running total of?
Myself, I did all the modules, I want to say, I believe 2 football games. You know, I was watching football at home.
Okay.
But I think it was 2 games between breaks and commercials and everything. But I found the information from Common Ground Alliance very good and a very strong foundation. And I liked how they had it in Spanish also. And now I'm a little disappointed in myself. I didn't do the Spanish modules too, just to show off.
That's setting the bar way too high.
Yeah. But no, it was really good. And I like to see, talking with Connor, who's not here today, and others, how we like to incorporate, because that's a third party. So it's not like me preaching to a crew or to our employees. Oh, Paul always says that. Yeah, that's just Paul saying that. It's a third party. And it's really nice because doing it in modules like that and being able to show what's completed in that, I thought it was excellent. There's a few suggestions for improvements, but everything, that's how we get better and better. Yes, Melanie?
Yeah, so with the modules, do you feel like you're gonna incorporate that within your safety program?
We already have.
You have. So have you incorporated all of them or just the select few?
Select ones for underground utilities.
Okay.
The locating ones, we're thinking about really separating those out for management. So managers understand the importance of locates, keeping locates current. And that was the big deal there. Again, sequence of events, our actual locate ticket had expired. So those guys were actually working without a valid locate ticket. And again, so there are many sequences that led to that incident, but I gotta say, again, positive was they handled it correctly, negative was basically blame management, because that's exactly where it fell. Management did not supervise in the field, management didn't oversee what was taking place with the program manager of that project. So if you really wanted to put blame, why that was hit and strike without a valid locate ticket, it would be management.
Yeah.
And we've addressed that, and that's why we have moved some of the locating practices and what takes place into kind of a review for our foremen and superintendents.
And as far as I know, I believe the modules all have been completed yet, so there's more to come.
I do believe they're going to make more available as it comes. But I found it even, quote, as an experienced or knowledgeable person, it sure brought a lot back to me in little things you forget or don't pick up. So, like I said, in an afternoon and 2 football games, you know, I was like, man, that was a great refresher. And I sure be watching all the commercials and all that other crap.
Thank you, Paul.
So is that required training or is it a recommendation to the CGA from your letter?
So there's a couple different ways that we're addressing letters. I have an advisory letter, I have a warning letter. I believe Paul's was an advisory letter. The advisory and really culminating to the same point as using this CGA education and training product as a, as Paul said, a tool. Really, we kind of alluded to trying to sort out some of the learning paths that might be right for your company. CJ's has 4 specific learning paths. I'm not going to get into how they should do it. It's a resource that they can bring into their company as their safety program and embrace. It might, you know, and some people say, well, what the concern is, how often should someone take it? You know, what if they take it and they violate the law? Well, it's the company's policy to maybe have a refresher every 2 years, or every 3 years. Or if you're new to the company, you're taking this regardless. I'm not getting into that, man.
Right.
More about the making sure that I'm hearing some of the things that I see from our side of things, bringing it to the CGA board. I am on the advisory committee board for this with U.S. Department of Transportation efforts. So wasn't expecting the, but you're absolutely right. It was a long span, but you know, we took a lot of those incident reports that we have because it met a certain threshold for us, and we just took a look at those and said, yeah, we're gonna revamp a advisory letter and give Paul and others an opportunity. And I've sent a number of them. So
A lot of our damages don't take long to reach 5,000.
I don't think there's a damage that doesn't reach 5,000.
And I gotta say, as a contractor, it helps the safety managers in that when, I hate to say it, the damages are at that amount to make change.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just, oh, you know, it ain't worth it. And now the culture really is between OSHA, DEQ, you as a company to survive today. If you're not responsive, training, and proactive in everything you do, you're not gonna be an existing company. Because you just can't fall behind. If you do, you're out of business. You can't get to contracts anymore. You can't bid work anymore. And so, like I said, I just brought this moment. It's a pleasure to be here today, as I said, because the amount that I learned from sitting on the board to the fact that you guys are taking up and making it even better, but we out in the field appreciate it very much. And we do take everything you do very seriously. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. It's nice to see you in good spirits. All right, we're moving towards the review of the meeting minutes from October. Did everyone have a chance to go through it in our board packet? And with that, have we had any issues with the board packet? Or is that been taken care of?
Good. We have a correction under new business. It lists Jamie Lemke as treasurer, and that should be me, and I was not in there at all. Sorry about that. That's okay. That's the only thing that I noted. With that, I'll make a motion to approve as corrected.
Second.
Any other discussion? All approved, please say aye. All opposed, state the same. Okay, minutes approved as corrected. Okay. I heard we have some open testimony.
I know of
Testimony.
one, Jennifer Carter.
Jennifer
She's
Carter.
on the line.
Okay, Jennifer, you have 5 minutes. The mic is open to you.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Jennifer Carter. I am the Safety and Risk Manager here at Emery and Sons Construction, and I was previously the excavator representative on your board from 2007 to 2014. Today, I would like to express my concern regarding some of the proposed rule changes, specifically their potential impact on OUNC's core mission, which you guys, I'm sure know, to operate and maintain a state-of-the-art one-call system for the state of Oregon to reduce damages to underground facilities and to promote public safety related to excavation issues. The second half of that is where I feel we might be shifting away from damage prevention and more toward assigning liability, which I think is a misalignment of the mission of the board. The 95 legislature that created the board gave us 6 mandates, which number 2 is to develop, adopt, and implement OARs necessary to protect excavators, the general public, and buried facilities from damages caused by excavation activities. Number 5 requires all excavators to call the OUNC and request locates prior to excavation. All operators of buried facilities identified within an area of proposed excavation shall be notified of the impending excavation and shall be required to accurately mark their facilities within 2 days. This is where this isn't happening. So your 2 proposed rule changes, one is reducing the ticket length, the life of the ticket, shortening the ticket length from 45 to 30 days significantly impacts the locator's ability to complete locates on time. I don't know what the purpose of this change is, and I feel like it is unfairly shifting liability to contractors where if by chance they hit the 30 days and the locates aren't done or aren't correct, then the liability is on the contractor. The other is large area, defining a large area as 750 linear feet. It seems to incentivize delaying locate completion for large projects. And I understand they have a lot of work. That this is my whole issue here is these locators already have so much work that they can't get the locates done with a 45-day ticket life. And now you're reducing it by 30%. So this is going to further add to their workload. I don't really understand your 750 linear feet because there's nothing to keep me from doing 750 linear feet one direction and 749 linear feet the other direction. That is a lot different than 750 feet versus like a typical right of way, 50 to 75 feet. So there's a big open area in that 750 foot definition. Then I guess I wonder what steps are you guys taking to ensure that utility operators are responsive to locate requests? Because I've got 5 tickets right now that have a total of 10 delays from 3 different utility operators. And I'll get these delays day after day after day on some tickets. This was 2023. This book has 400 locates with 283 different issues. That's just 2023. So the issues are that they're late, that they're not complete, that they're incorrect. So I guess I feel like I don't understand why you're making these changes to reduce the ticket life length and why you're defining large area. I do understand why you're defining large area, but I guess I would encourage you to vote no on both of those proposals today, if you're voting on them today. I think you need to work more closely with contractors and excavators to understand the predicament we're in right now. I could go on and on about the poor locates and the lack of locates, and I don't think that those two things are being addressed by the board. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Do you need me to email this so it's part of the record? I think I read that somewhere that you needed a copy of it.
Yes, please.
Do I send it to Kitty?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Do we have any other open testimony?
I think Jason was considering. Jason, were you gonna testify at this time?
No, not at this time. I was just going to chime in if I thought necessary or possible.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, would you like me to respond at all to the testimony or?
No.
No, okay. Sorry. I'll follow up.
Okay, so.
Point of order. So the public comment period is for general matters of consideration by this board. That was testimony pertaining to actions that have been recommended to this board. We've had a public hearing of this. This matter has been vetted through committee. I believe that the record should reflect that that is testimony, not public comment. Should not have been a part of the consideration, deliberations by this board, because it was not properly brought before the board.
Thank you. Concept submission forms. Which ones have we? We just have the one from Rocky.
Is Rocky on the call? Rocky Stewart? Okay, he had submitted a concept submission form that was fairly general in nature about enforcement. Since he's not on to testify to that and to explain what he's proposing, I would suggest that we table that concept submission until he's able to provide more detail. But it is in your board packet for anyone to view, to read, but like I say, it's pretty general in nature.
Yes.
And there has been an information request made to the PUC that may answer some of his questions.
And I would defer this to Kevin or the PUC anyway.
Correct.
So I believe that Kevin is already.
No, I did reach out ahead of the meeting to see if there's any points of clarification. I have not heard back from Rocky on this, so happy to assist or engage in conversation with you, Josh, or Rocky again.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay. We didn't have any others, right?
The other is being addressed in another place in the agenda.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we're moving into committee reporting. So our strategic pillars tie to our strategic plan. In October, we had a retreat and we went through our strategic plan and we are modifying it and making it a little bit more of a roadmap for the OUNC rather than a year-to-year goal setting plan. So we are still in the works of that. That is one of the things that we are going to be doing in 2025 is working through our strategic plan and making it a little bit more of a roadmap instead of, like I said, the measurable year-to-year items. So we don't have to do this every 2 to 3 years. So that is one of the things that we're doing here. And I just wanted to say, happy 2025. That is one thing on the agenda. next thing on the agenda, well, I should say our first and foremost thing on the agenda for 2025 is to get our PERS, our TBC, which is our bookkeeping company, and our paychecks in line. So we have been having issues with our accounting firm, our paychecks firm for probably, it's really been really bad in the past year and a half, I would have to say. We're having issues with TBC not completing reports on time. We are having issues with paychecks, not paying our employees, overpaying our employees. Their personal time is not getting recorded correctly. I mean, there's been a slew of different issues that have happened. So once we get PERS all in line, I feel like that should be one of the number one agendas, because it takes so much time from our employees to actually fix these problems that we really don't need to be doing. This should be done correctly in the first place. So we have the strategic plan, we have TBC / paychecks and PERS. And then the other thing that we are really looking at for 2025 is our one-call contract. So the one-call contract expires at the end of 2026. And you're probably wondering why we are starting this so early. The thing is, when you create RFPs and you are possibly going to a new vendor, there are obviously startup costs. And when we put the RFP out on the street, which is, the goal is 2026, so January 2026-ish, we'll put it out for a few months, we'll get the proposals, they'll come in, they will do presentations for us, and then if we choose somebody other than the vendor that we have, they have to have a certain amount of time to start up. So in 2025, the contract needs to be gone through and RFP documents need to be put in place. So that is the third and final, I believe, most important component of 2025. So that's what I have. Does the rest of the E team have anything? No? No? Kevin? You know what I'm doing? Okay. All right. So with that, we'll head on over to the staff report.
As Melanie mentioned, first meeting of 2025, and you may or may not know it, but this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Oregon Utility Notification Center. We're created by the CI, happy birthday to us. The state legislature created us back in 2025, or 1995, sorry. I was there, I should know. And then we, in 1996, really began our operations in earnest. But it just so happened I was working for the state legislature when this happened. I had no clue it happened, but I happened to be there when it did. So kind of kismet that it came full circle 30 years later. File sharing solutions at the October meeting, I think it was no surprise that we had some issues with our sharing. I'm hoping we've addressed that. We've been running tests with our exec team members and with others, and it seems to be working well. So any comments? Having used it this time, we're trying to save everything except for Excel files as PDFs, and that seems to be the magic solution. Anyone have problems accessing? Great, good. If you ever do, let us know and we will pivot.
I've had some previous problems, but I think they've been sorted out, but there was certainly some hurdles that our firewalls were not communicating, and so my my question is, what were some of the things that were tweaked on your side to make it more open and available for everyone, particularly to our constituents and the public?
Yeah, back end 365, just making it viewable, all files viewable to anyone that has the link. So it's not based on your email address. Some people were saying they were getting like a Microsoft Outlook login screen that would pop up, and that shouldn't happen. If we're sharing something freely like that, when you click that link, we want the PDF or the document to show up so it's viewable. So there's no barrier to entry. Then the other is saving any file type as a PDF. The only reason we're not doing Excel files, and we will if there's a demand for it, is some of the spreadsheets do not replicate well as a PDF, especially if you have certain things blocked, or the size of it is just not, it's not an ideal way to share, especially if it's got multiple tabs. So that's one of the reasons. But like I say, if there's ever a one-off situation like you're having firewall problems, we can share through WeTransfer, or if you've got an FTP site or something like that, we can just dump the entire packet into your folder and share it that way as well. And then Jamie found another solution. If you ever have a problem with the 404 file not found, she found that if you hit the ... and either preview or download the file, you can access it that way. And we don't know why it's saying file not found, but that's something that's come up from time to time. It's one of those mysteries in the universe. It's, Bill Gates knows, but I don't. So we'll keep working on that to make sure that everybody has access to everything. Looking at our calendar, outlook, plan of work for 2025, we've got a very busy year ahead. I'll share in just a moment here. And as Melanie mentioned, spending a lot of time on resolution of issues with accounting and payroll. We've spent a fair amount of time on calls and follow-up for the self-certification letter. We'll talk about that a little bit later during the OCC report. But that's prompted a lot of contact that we wouldn't, a high volume of contact that we wouldn't otherwise have. Training classes and presentations since the October meeting, still hitting the ground on that. We hit over 1,000 participants with our training efforts for excavation safety training last year. And this new model that we're doing, instead of building it and they will come and expecting people to come to us, but going to them, is really paying off. So I mentioned self-certification, notifications for the tariff. As you'll recall, we did a phased increase last year, starting in July, and then continuing with 3.3% annual increase in January to keep pace with our costs that continue to increase. So we did notifications for that, and then also the postponement of the rulemaking process. The committee, executive, and staff meetings annual review, we've had publicity, training, and education, Casey's ad hoc committee, and various other meetings since the October meeting in Eugene. Thank you to Scott for inviting me and Don Evans to give brief thank you remarks to the employees of the Notification Center. It was good to be there. And then dealing with some board resignations, recruitment, and appointments. Those include the perennial railroads remains, I know it comes as a major surprise, still empty. Seat number 4, Electric Cooperatives, Brewster has applied to continue serving. Thank you, Brewster. His term expired on December 2nd, and he's currently under review for confirmation for his second term. Alba's term expires on March 17th, and she's indicated that she will apply for reappointment, so thank you very much, Alba. It will be great to have your continued service and leadership. Seat number 7, PUC, Kevin is up for reappointment. His term expired on October 31st. Seat 10, Nathan Taylor has indicated he's unable to continue serving in the seat that he assumed from Paul. And thanks again to Paul for his service, and thanks to Nathan for his service. He was sick today, he wanted to be here, but he is working with Aaron, who is here in the back of the room. Most of you know him because he's been present at a lot of our previous board meetings. And I'm really excited to have his interest and availability to serve on our board with his expertise. I think he's going to be a strong voice. So thank you, Aaron. We're going to help him with his application process. Seat number 13, telecommunications utilities. Ken is in the back room here today, Pioneer. Thank you for being here and thank you for applying to serve in that seat. This is the seat that was previously held by Scott Crosby. We'll be very excited to have Ken's expertise on our board as well. And he's currently under review and could be confirmed any day now. Or actually, no, I'm sorry, he's in the February cycle, so he'll be confirmed before the April meeting. Seat 14, Nate Rivera. Thank you, Nate, for your availability to continue serving. We asked for special approval since he is technically term limited out. There's no restriction from the governor's office that would preclude him from continuing to serve if we can make a case for it, which we did, and it sounds like you're going to be proceeding as the representative for seat 14, so thank you, Nate. And especially with the RFP coming up and some of the big issues that we're dealing with, his institutional knowledge, memory, I'm not saying that you're old, I'm just saying that he's been around long enough that he's going to be a powerful voice there. And last but not least, seat 18, Tier Lee had to resign. We hoped we could keep her on, and I was angling for the railroads position just in case her new role with the Federal Highway Administration might involve railroad crossings. Too much of a stretch, so it didn't work out, but.
Even the feds don't have access to the railroad.
But
Nobody has access to them.
City of Portland, it sounded like we're not going to have someone, but then as I've been reaching out to others there, they said, hold up, we're still making the rounds, trying to find someone to take your seat. So if we have someone from the city, we should know within the month, and if not, I'm going to go back to the League of Oregon Cities and recruit. So it just has to be a city with a population of 25,000 or more, so it doesn't have to be Portland. There's a lot of other cities that we can recruit from. And great to have you here today. Thank you. Upcoming, briefly, onboarding and orientation for our new members. So that would include Ken, Aaron, and Justin. Classes and conference presentations coming up. I'm going to be at the Oregon Landscape Contractors Board next week. Kitty and I are going to be at the Mid-Oregon Construction Safety Summit in Bend. Just got contacted by the Oregon Waterways Association, the Oregon Groundwater Association for presentations with them. So the calendar is very quickly filling up, and excited at some of these opportunities because it's a built-in audience and interested in hearing our updates. Contracts coming up, we've got publicity, we'll talk about these later, but publicity contract for services. We're doing a 2-year contract with a 1-year extension this time with your approval. Locator training, we're looking with Mitch, looking at options for where we go with the locator training since our contract with Utility Training Academy is expiring or has expired. And then, as we mentioned, accounting and payroll services. Also working on our annual report with year-end review statistics. That's due by April. I'd like to have that done well in advance of that, and that gets reported to the governor and legislators. Strategic plan updates based on the comments that we had from the breakout groups at the retreat. And thanks again to everybody for your attendance, your participation, and your creativity and ideas that you gave, so we have some good direction on where we go from here. Our current plan goes through June 2025, and I'm anticipating at the April meeting we'll have a good update of that plan. It's essentially a rewrite. And then records retention, Kevin sent some information from DAS on records retention. We are exceeding records retention requirements, so I'm not worried about that, but I want to make sure that we keep up with what we're held to. Of course, Safe Digging Month coming up in April. With this being our 30th anniversary, we've got some opportunities there. The proposal with the rulemaking is to have that go into effect on April 1st, and that would be accompanied by a new standards manual. And Kitty's also pursued a proclamation for Safe Digging Month. We're also looking at sponsorship opportunities that would go along with that as well. And then lastly, issues management. We've talked a lot about broadband infrastructure investments, and I've been sending some updates on that through your emails from the Oregon Broadband Office, and the activity is picking up. We heard yesterday at OUCC that some of the UCCs are starting to see some increased activity around fiber installs. Sewer laterals, Kevin may report on that. They're essentially just still waiting for a decision on that, no update. And then legislative activity with the session starting, the long session starting this year, keeping an eye out for any proposed legislation that may impact our operations or our mission. And that is all. I will open it up to questions unless Kitty has anything to add, and thanks again, Kitty, for all of your work to get our meetings all set and running smoothly. We did have an issue with the link, so if anybody that you know was going to try and connect today and they're not on here, let us know and we'll get them. We think we've gotten everybody that wanted to be a part of the meeting today, but the Zoom link wasn't working.
Okay. Great.
Questions?
Any questions? No? All right, moving on to the treasurer's report. So TDC is late again with the December information. So we do have financials through November 2024 available, and those are available at a link that Josh has provided. Josh has a number of things he's going to be discussing in our report today. Are you ready?
No, yeah, you gotta buy some more time.
So he's going to be going over, let me do some of the things on the list. Expenditures, some, looks like we're doing pretty good there. We're within 1% of what was budgeted. We're not gonna be able to close out the 2024 books until the April meeting because we don't have the December numbers. So that will be coming. Melanie touched on the RFP that we need to do in our contracts with TBC and our PERS and paychecks. So those are big items that we'll be looking at this year. He's going to be talking about travel, because travel prices have increased, and we have several things coming up this year. The CGA, the users group. You about ready?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry about that. I had it teed up so this wouldn't happen, and of course it just disappeared right when I needed it. So, let me scroll down. So this is in your packet. First off are links to the budget. Hopefully, since everybody has evergreen access to the 2024 budget and the 2025 budget, you can view those at any time. Hopefully you're keeping up on that. It's always an exciting read. Through November, our total revenue is above our adopted budget in 3 of the 4 line items, and overall looking healthy. We approved that 9-cent rate adjustment last year, and the 3.3% rate adjustment this year. And so that's helping offset some of those increased costs. As you all know, our ticket volume is tied directly to our revenue, and we've seen this year our inbound tickets were up about 4%, and outbound were up about 0.5%. So that continues that trend of the declining in-out ratio. We're down now to 5.02, and we had our first month this year, or 2024, that was below 5. It was 3 months ago. So not a trend we like to see, but it's the reality that we face. And with more work pending in rural communities for fiber installs, I would anticipate that that number will continue to decrease, because in many of those areas, you're not going to have a high number of utilities within the proposed area of excavation. And then compounding that lower per ticket return is the increase in ticket cost, with blended ticket price going up to $5.30 compared to $5.12 and $5.01 in previous years. Our interest from investments was up 28%, which sounds great, but I put in there, perspective is important because that equates to about 1/10 of our total revenue. Training fees were lower than expected, but that's because of that new model that we've talked about.
Go ahead, Nate.
Sorry, can we go back just on the last point and a half?
Absolutely.
The spreadsheet that Adam built for us, does it have the ability to incorporate the discounts once we hit the ITIC discount to see what our blended ticket price and our ratio number would be, so we can project on that?
I don't remember if he had discounts built in, but it would be fairly easy to calculate based on, because it's in our contract, we'd be able to look at the percent.
Okay. And do we know what that blended number is compared to our budget, what the minimum number is? So if it does get into the 4s, are we still meeting our budget obligation? Do we know?
I'm not sure
So
I'm
is
understanding.
as that blended ticket price number, the in-out ratio keeps going down, it's at 502, 501? So once it starts getting in, how low does it have to go before?
Where we're losing money on every ticket?
Right, do we know that number?
I don't currently. I'd have to research that, but I'll put that on my action items.
Yeah, I think that would help us on the budget side, knowing where the danger's coming from and how close we are to it.
Good question. Training fees were lower than expected, I mentioned, and that's that new model where we're not charging, but we're hitting the right people at the right time, in the right places. Our fines and penalties received were unremarkable because we only forecasted 1,000, and that's in large part because any complaints that are handled through OSHA do not provide fines or penalties to the OUNC. When our December numbers are processed, you'll note that 2 payments were made from me to the organization, and that's for 2 reasons. One was overpayments by paychecks. I still am shaking my head over this, but they were taking our paid time off and paying that out on top of our hours. So say in an 80-hour period, and I had 8 hours of holiday or 8 hours of vacation, they were paying out my 80 hours and then paying out the extra whatever else I had on there. And some of them were pretty small, so they flew under the radar. But then when one of the pay periods, they doubled up, they paid me twice. And I was like, well, that's not right. We corrected it immediately, but then I went back through every pay period back when we started working with them. We found 10 instances where they had paid out PTO. So I paid back that PTO, and then we're dealing with the ramifications for correcting the taxes and fees and everything else that goes along with that. So it's a major pain in the behind, but we're gonna get it right. And it's good timing too, because we're gonna have a financial review this year, so we wanna make sure that everything is buttoned up and we have a good paper trail. The other one was PERS arrears going back to my hire date. I'm a tier 2 employee, so I have a pun intended vested interest in making sure that my membership continues. And so we have to pay back to my start date, and the way that my contract was written when I was hired was that I pay my own 6% into the program. So I had to go back and make those payments to the organization. And we've done all of our historic reporting. It's completed, so I don't anticipate any more needs for the past besides trying to figure out if there's any other fallout from that. And I'll keep you posted on that. Through November, our total expenditures were right on budget. As soon as we close out that 2020.
Sorry.
Yes.
Josh, on that 26,000.
Just throw something at me.
Sorry, on that 26,000, that was just your PERS arrears, that wasn't the paycheck misallocation process?
So actually, I have the numbers here. So the overpayment amounted to $4,182.66. The arrears payment was $26,171.21.
So that 4,182, and I'm sure Kitty had something similar?
She did, but we addressed that through reduction in PTO, so she didn't have to pay it out of pocket.
Okay, because if there, I mean, that's a significant amount of money to have to come up with post, not knowing.
Yeah, it was a nice surprise.
I think if you were open, I think the board could set up a payment plan or adjust that over a certain amount of time. If you're interested, we could have that discussion.
I do appreciate that, but I wanted to fix it as soon as I found it.
Okay.
And I was already frustrated that it took as long as it did to, one, recognize it, and two, get it fixed. So it's all been paid.
Okay.
It's all, we have extensive letters and tracking that I shared with the executive to make sure that we have the paper trail to prove exactly what happened and that every penny was accounted for.
Okay,
So
just that's a significant amount of money. And so
Yeah.
we could have, as a board, had a discussion about spreading that over a duration to help ease that, so.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure it was fixed immediately. 'Cause it's bad optics for me and for the organization, and I don't want to break us into jail on something that was out of our hands. Let's see, so expenditures, really not a lot that you don't already know that we've reported at past quarterly meetings. So personnel was up in administration for a lot of the reasons we talked about, bookkeeping and payroll as well, which is ironic on the payroll side that I feel like we're paying a premium for a service, we're getting a substandard service. And I don't care that we're on record because I've been very vocal with them as well. They know the issues that they've had. They have one job and we only have 2 employees. We're a very basic organization that should be very straightforward. So I'm not shying away from that. We had allocated those 2023 carryover funds to cover the cost of the employer contribution and PERS arrears. So being a member of PERS, the employer also has a responsibility. So that's what those increased amounts you'll see in the spreadsheet are for those costs that relate to what I paid back to the organization. So some of what I paid will offset that. Contract costs for the notification center were right on budget, as expected, and our ITIC is nearly 80% to end the year, so I'm really optimistic that this is our year, and we've got to hit it. We've got to be over 80% this year. We're right there at like 79.9%. So there's no reason we shouldn't be able to push us over 80 and get those 3 months consecutive to qualify for the discount, and then everybody wins, so, and then stay above it.
And we're working with the creative team right now, promoting the ITIC NXT for 2025, and have asked Scott and his team to add more training to the online so people can sign up for that. So hopefully we'll make it. I think we will.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Some of you probably know the mileage reimbursement rate is increased to 70 cents for 2025, and we follow the GSA rate, Government Services Administration. A staff salary was increased for a cost of living adjustment, and we continue to follow the DAS rate structures. Looking forward, Melanie already mentioned the RFP, and we're going to talk about that later. So I'm not going to go into detail on that. We do have a financial review. I'd like to continue working with Aldrich on that since we had experience with them on our last audit and our last financial review. They do a good job on it, and they understand who we are and what we do. Accounting services, we are due to consider providers under contract, which would include the bookkeeping company, also Wix Emmett, and some others. So we'd like to proceed with that this year. Payroll services, I'm starting with DAS, but we don't know what the cost will be on that. It was dependent upon the completion of the PERS reporting, which is now done, so we can move forward with that. And then other contracts, I already mentioned publicity, advertising, training, sponsorships, and others that we'll need to track with our budget. And then last but not least is travel. Each year we sponsor some board members to attend conferences. Many of you have attended previous conferences, both including Common Ground Alliance, Users Group, and then Joint States last year. There's no Joint States this year, but there are events like the Oregon Infrastructure Summit and other events that we may want to send board members to. The ones that we want to commit to today are, and thank you to Kitty for running the numbers on these, sending 2 board members and 1 staff to the Common Ground Alliance Conference in Orlando, and 3 board members and 2 staff to the Users Group Conference in Nashville. And this is a not to exceed, obviously. If we don't have 3 that are interested, we're not requiring them to send 3. It's just that we would have a maximum of 3. And then if others wanted to attend on their own dime, of course, that's always an option as well. Be part of our delegation. So the 2 motions that we have are approving our allotment for board travel as proposed, or if you'd like to discuss, and then approving the treasurer's report. Thoughts on the travel?
Do you have the dates on those?
We do. It was in the last, scoop, inside scoop.
Do you guys know?
UG is 23 to 25 September.
September. And CGA is April 7th through the 10th.
You're the best. Thank you.
Yes.
Josh, is that in line with historically the amount of people we've sent to those?
It's fluctuated, but typically for users group, we usually have 3 board members. And then I know last year with CGA, Kevin was there, but he was there through PUC, so we didn't pay for him. And then Alba at Joint States was paid for through OUCC, so there's been time, and then Lynn was at users group, but not through us as well. So we've had board members as part of our delegation that are not funded by us, and then some have also had, had their organization pay for the flight and we pay for the registration. So there's a lot of different ways to get there.
Then I'll motion to approve allotment for board travel and treasurer's report.
Second. Any other discussion?
Are you gonna did he just do 2 motions or
I did one motion encapsulating,
both of those?
yes.
I think we need to split that up. Can we split that up?
I make a motion to approve allotment for board travel.
Second.
Motion approved treasurer's report.
We got,
Any other,
Oh,
we're
we
not
did
done
not.
yet.
Yes.
Any other discussion?
Just trying to get through the report.
Okay. So the motion to approve board travel as presented is approved.
all in favor?
All in favor, please say
Aye.
aye. All opposed, do the same. Okay, now it is approved.
Motion to approve treasurer's report. As stated.
Any other discussion? Okay, all approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, state the same.
Thanks, Josh.
Treasurer report approved.
Yeah, I really thought you'd get yourself in the minutes, but you missed it.
I'm okay, yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'll get another one.
When was the, see, Common Ground Alliance is April and OCC is,
September 23 through 25.
okay. Yeah, Alba has a great idea. Is there anyone interested in the CGA? Okay, that's in April, so we have to do it now. Anyone?
Board members, it's a great opportunity.
So some of the people that have been to CGA, can you just give us an overview on what it is?
I'd be glad to.
Josh?
Jamie's presented at it.
Yeah, so it brings together the entire nation of damage prevention stakeholders. So you have a build your own session type style of a conference where you'll have, there'll be sessions around publicity, there'll be sessions around excavator focus on damage prevention, sessions on locating new technology, new equipment that's coming out. It covers just a vast variety of topics. And at any given time, there could be half a dozen sessions going on, and you get to pick which one is most relevant to your representation, either for the board, or maybe if there isn't something specific for the board at that time, you could pick something that's relevant to your day-to-day work. So much content, so many opportunities to network, meet other people in your similar in your roles on the board, throughout the entire country. Super valuable experience. I don't want to take the opportunity from anybody else. I would be interested in going again. I feel every year you're going to gain something from it. It's not a one and done conference. You literally can learn every single time you go something new, many new things. So I would highly recommend it if you have the time to take to go to it.
Yeah, Kevin presented on a panel there last year as well. It's really a huge conference. The expo hall is great, just walking through the rows and seeing all those who are involved in our industry. The breakout sessions are outstanding, and I found the problem is not finding one that you want to go to, but finding how you're going to decide which one to commit to. The keynote speakers are outstanding. Last year was an astronaut talking about lessons learned from the Challenger disaster and how it applied to damage prevention and deviation of normalcy, of how degradation of standards can cause predictable results. So there's a lot of outside the box thinking, networking, contacts that you wouldn't otherwise get, and it really opens your eyes to what is happening in other parts of the world.
Does everybody know what the Common Ground Alliance is? Like the fact that it's like a nonprofit and they do a lot of education and research. So yeah, they're always coming out with new tools, new data. Yeah, they even have that change like management or like leadership, like soft skills track. I mean, it really helped me understand the best practices and everything behind what this board is doing.
So I would, anyone that has not gone to it, I would suggest possibly going to it. If you're interested, I guess please let Josh and Kitty know.
Yeah, we'll follow up.
And we'll go from there.
Yeah, we can provide more information on it, and we still have time.
Right, but it's before the next board meeting, so we need to get this out prior to. What? Did we approve the minutes? Yeah, okay. I have nothing more to report.
You were asking if you wanted to go to Florida.
Oh, do I want to go to Florida?
I believe that was a comment that was made, so question.
Yes. Well, I don't know, I was wondering if there was gonna be any weather in Florida.
Yes,
Sun, the sun. What is it?
September and April is usually.
Huh?
April weather in Orlando is pretty good.
No, I know the other conference.
Spend most of the time in a hotel anyway.
All right, so next on the agenda is the budget committee.
Trying to think if I have anything to report on that. Josh, when was our last meeting?
Did we meet after the proposed budget? I think we did. It's all blended together, I'm sorry, there's been a lot that happened since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last meeting was on November 5th. Oh no, that was an old one, sorry. Well, regardless, thanks to all the members of the Budget and Audit Committee for helping us craft our 2025 budget. And I don't have anything additional on that. I think we covered everything on that.
We have the service tariff update underneath it.
Already provided that too.
All right. Perfect. Moving on, next pillar is rulemaking and best practices. Jessica, the government's committee?
PUC, her PUC updates.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kevin, missed you. Didn't mean
Sorry.
to.
Can I share my screen?
Kevin, were you gonna?
There we go. Just the updates that I wanted to bring to the board, really on an annual basis, we kind of look at the inspections and investigations that we do related to our shared rules with damage prevention. And so for just a 2024 overview as an update, we looked at around about 60 issues. Most frequent issue that we looked at was the no notification made to the one call center, excavator, followed up by excavator digging prior to verifying marks, so patience. And then in the third category there is the excavator failed to maintain clearance. So heavily looking at the actual notification and excavation process. Those are the root issues that we're looking at as far as enforcement and reinforcement of our shared rules. Fourth issue, which was touched on earlier, is facility not marked due to no response. And so we're looking at those holistically right now with an approach on how to address that. And so any comments or complaints that we are getting from consumers, we're taking that into our system and we're tracking it appropriately and addressing. We've modified our intake process with consumer services, so we're collecting the information and better able to serve and be more responsive to some of those complaints. So I look forward to a different landscape for next year for sure. Some of the things that we're looking at differently is the investigation type. We've opened it up to the reportable incident thresholds that we have for natural gas. We're also traditionally always looking at complaints, but then we've also included staff's observations and inspections as well. So it's not just complaints that you're seeing in this in that matrix before, but the whole picture at reinforcing the rules is presented as well. So with that, each investigation will have that makes it into our system. We'll have a investigation number, the scope of our investigation, the type of work that was being implemented, and then mostly the most important part a lot of people find interest in is our findings and the conditions that we may be stressing within our reports. We also provide notes with best practices that might help out with mitigating an incident or a reportable event. So we add those to the file as well and keep track of that to what we're communicating with each stakeholder for each case. So with that, that's all I have for enforcement updates.
I have a question about your root causes. Do you track those geographically at all?
Yes, so on that report, we do have it down to the UCC zone, the county, but we do have it related to, we do have it related to GPS as well.
I have a comment and question. So Northwest Natural filed the 14 complaints in 2024. A good majority of those resulted in the advisory. I don't doubt there will potentially be some reoccurring themes with either no notification or failure to pothole, following best practices around there. One of the things we do prior to filing a complaint is look for those repeat offenses that escalate to the level that we feel warrants a complaint filing because we've attempted to educate, advise, offer support. So we escalate it to the complaint filing process for that next level of review. After the advisory letters, if there is another reoccurrence, Northwest Natural files another complaint. What do you see as a potential escalation at that point if they have or haven't taken the CJA learning management or learning modules, et cetera?
Yeah, so we have advisory letters, and I think in your case, most of your cases were warning letters. Same going to the same spot reset with what Paul experienced with an opportunity to correct with training and education. We're looking at that as a base point to make sure that we have a base understanding of what's actually being expected. With that is tying into our enforcement partner with Oregon OSHA. And if we receive a complaint or an instance, an incident, reportable incident, we might not wait for the complaint. We might go ahead and pursue enforcement with our enforcement partner. So those are the tools that we have right now, how we're going to implement that.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all you have for us? Okay. All right, I'm going to suggest a break, 10-minute break here. So if we can come back at 10:32, that would be great, thanks. But where we have just a little slight deviation in the agenda. We have Trish from CGA. She will be presenting to us. Trish, are you ready to go?
Yeah, hello everyone. How are you today?
Great, good.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to talk about a couple tools that we have here at CGA that I was asked to share today. So the first tool we're going to go through is our DIRT dashboard. This is something that on the CGA website, we have our dashboards and DIRT dashboard here. And what this is our snapshot of the year prior's DIRT data. So currently we are in the 2024 data loading season. So this is for our 2023 DIRT report. And what this allows you as users, and this is available to anyone that comes to the CGA website, are these various views and tools to filter out. This here is telling our incoming tickets and transmissions per state and reported unique damages. We, in 2024, spent a lot of time updating this tool. It may sound familiar, but look a bit different. We upgraded the system that we were using, and as well as updating and refining a lot of these visualizations. These views all have the same filters and controls that you'll see mirror what's collected in a DIRT damage or near miss form. Breaking out root cause by month in 2023, you're able to hone in on a specific state. So for instance, go right here, filter that out and get a snapshot. And one thing to keep in mind is that if you don't know this, that DIRT is a voluntary reporting tool. So this is any of the damage data that is submitted by users from this, in this case, the state of Oregon. We have our damages by day of the week here, as well as damages, date of damage over here on the right. This here's our DIRT Explorer. This tends to be the view that a lot of folks gravitate toward and use. Again, the same filters and controls on the left side. And this allows for breaking down root cause group percentages, the root cause detail, so how some of these are basically grouped on this side here, breaks them down into the more specific root cause detail on the right. The facility type, as well as facility damaged, work performed, and excavator type. And so this again, you can filter all here on the side. And finally, the year-to-year trending. This is allows for you to take a look at facility damages over year, and facility type affected over time, and root cause group over time. And so this can be really useful, again, by drilling down. This is state level. And what we learned through several meetings last year with DIRT users, DIRT data networks, is that this is all really great tool, but how can we see this for us? How can we use this for our organization or for our DIRT data network? So in this instance, Oregon has what's called a DIRT data network. This allows multiple companies to report into DIRT and share their data to the data network, and provides a view for the administrators of the DIRT data network to look at it holistically. And right now, there's about a handful or so of companies that do report into the Oregon DIRT data network. I'm sure there's several more out there that, with some sharing capabilities, could also share that data to the DIRT data network. For the purposes of this is a tool that we just launched in December, and what we're calling our interactive user dashboard. This here is the DIRT homepage, if you're familiar, and if you are a member of CGA, this is where the interactive user dashboard would appear. For the purposes of showing this to the group, I have this filtered under the Oregon 811 DIRT data network. And one thing to note as we go through this, it's going to look very similar to the public facing dashboard I just showed. And it will also take a bit longer to load, just because this is the admin side of it. We have 3,000 companies or so worth of data. So for individual companies or a DIRT data network, this loads lickety split. So what you'll see here is what's unique to the user dashboard is this breaks down by county. So that was one of the key takeaways in our interviews last year with folks, is breaking it down to something to the county level rather than only by state. That being said, it's still something that you can visualize in a state level. If you so choose, it just defaults to this. And again, we'll be filtering on the same filters of information that are collected in a DIRT report. Some organizations do utilize DIRT for both damages and near misses. It's certainly a piece of information that can be useful in a variety of ways. So that's also something that is unique to the user dashboards that elevates them a little bit more for folks that have access to them. with these user dashboards, what we also did was make some customizations and tweaks to the visualizations themselves in order to, again, be more useful for the data network or for the organization that might be viewing their dashboards. So we have here a snapshot of damages over time for the given year. That can always be adjusted. I should note that the user dashboards are also for 5 years worth of data. So whatever year we're on and the 4 years prior will be showing. We have our damages by day of week and damages by week of the year.
Trish,
Yes.
we have a question here.
Hey, Trish, this is Nate Rivera. I'm sorry, but can you reset it a little bit for me? Who's responsible for recruiting companies to submit data to DIRT, and how does that process go about trying to get additional Oregon entities? Like who's the one out there trying to get additional companies to submit?
Sure. So there's a few different ways that we've seen from a state level, an 811 level, handle this. So in some cases, there are state requirements that written within the laws or regulations state that they have to submit damage data into DIRT. So that by nature just forces them to submit to DIRT, if you will. There are other other states that a certain stakeholder group is required, but then the 811 Center goes out and encourages other stakeholder groups to also report in. That is something that we see, I would say about a dozen, give or take, 811 centers really taking charge of that and recruiting companies and organizations to report into DIRT. In other cases, we've seen different entities. So in this case, with the Oregon DIRT Data Network, I could see this group deciding and determining, hey guys, let's lock into this and get as many organizations within the Oregon DIRT Data Network in order to get a better snapshot of what's happening in our state. I think really it takes that conversation to say, okay, who's leading the charge on this? Because there's a variety of ways we've seen that occur. In in other ways that, however, we do see some states that are very inactive. It's not something that they actively promote within the stakeholder groups in their state. So we do see some lower numbers in certain states.
In the states that mandate mandatory reporting, does it work well in your experience? Have you seen those states being successful in getting all their entities submitting data?
Yeah, so one of the interesting, more recent states that I've talked with is New Mexico. Right around 2019, just before 2020, they went through the process of getting everything into place for mandatory reporting, and specifically in 2020, they implemented it that the organization had to report to the 811 center, and then the 811 center reporting into DIRT. Excuse me, I said that backward. Into DIRT, and then it is reported to the 811 center. And what I will say, based on conversations, it was a little bit of a rough go initially, but all things considered, some of that was also having to do with financial impacts of COVID and all that good thing. So it was kind of a perfect storm of a lot of things going on from what they had explained. And now it's straightforward, very smooth sailing. They said, about a year or two, once everyone was on board and understanding the processes, it's been running really smooth these last 3 years or so. And now they're able to get that true snapshot of what's happening in their state. Not to to veer off, but they also have implemented certain types of fines related to not reporting and different tiers of that. I don't have that in front of me right now, but that was also something as a piece of this is the ramifications if you weren't reporting. So that was part of the that build out in 2020 as well.
Thank you.
So we also have a version of the Dirt Explorer. This would be something that if you decided to have more organizations report and share their data to the Oregon Dirt Data Network could be really useful. This I'm just going to leave blank. This is something that for the organization itself can look through. This is just kind of a dummy view, but it breaks down all of the data that is submitted by the organization. But it does reflect similarly to the one we saw up here. We also have our year-to-year trending. This is going to be, again, a 5-year trend rather than a 3-year trend on the current public site. And you'll see that there's quite a consistency with the organizations that are reporting into Oregon 811, but there are 5 years worth here of data. And then it breaks down root cause trends, facilities affected, and facilities damaged. What I do love is, in particular, that unknown other is quite low for those that do participate in this, so that's fantastic. And then for those that might be familiar with DPI, this is also going to be an area built out. Right now, we have our Damage Prevention Institute excavator metrics now showing for those that do participate in DPI. So this is something that as we continue to build out metrics for locators, 811 centers, facility owner operators, when it's a DPI participant that is under one of those categories, they will also have a view here for those metrics. So this is something unique to the user dashboards as well.
Hey, Trish, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, the people that are actually submitting information into the dirt report, you can have excavators or contractors and utilities. Is there a way where you go into the report and scrub the identical damages?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what happens at the end of each loading season currently is a cleanup that we take into account multiple reports of the same event. And so that could be 2, that could be more than 2, but for the sake of the example, if you have 2 that match under specific criteria, those are weighted. And so 50% to one report, 50% to the other. So they're both considered for the dirt report, but just weighted appropriately for the public-facing dashboard. Now, the user dashboards, the intent here, this is real-time and updated, it's updated monthly. And so it's whatever the current month we're in, and then the 4 years prior.
Okay.
So this is all raw data versus our public-facing dashboard does account for that data cleanup. One of the projects that we are hoping to work through this year and implement in 2026 is it would be machine learning or similar to do this data cleanup in real time to allow for this user dashboard to also be weighting those multiple reports of the same event for our users.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Yeah, stepping back just a moment.
Is there a way that we can get a list of the entities who are reporting into the general DIRT that we would want them to share that information with Oregon 811 DIRT?
Yeah, that's something our team can look into and help facilitate. What I can take a look at as well is and work with one of the admins for the data network. I believe you have 2 or 3 folks right now, and work with them as to how to do those invitations to share data. So that is something we will reach out following the meeting.
Thank you.
What I will say too is that because there's a data network implemented for Oregon 811, I think there's a lot of potential here to not only get a better sense of what's happening in the state, but also bringing together the various stakeholder groups to see what is really happening. We have a lot of data networks that over time they initially just kind of set it up and let it kind of live and breathe, and occasionally people would come upon it. And then they've decided, hey, we're going to really go full in on this and promote being part of this data network. And the benefits overall were very surprising to them to be able to, once they got a handle on all of those participants coming into the data network and seeing that. The hard part's over with setting up the data network, and now to be able to get data shared back and forth, I think is going to be very beneficial if you decide to go that route.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for having me today. And if anyone has any questions, can you feel free to pass along my information? I'm happy to chat more.
All right, thank you, Trish. Thanks, Trish.
Thanks. Have a great day.
You too. Jessica made a great suggestion. We're just gonna finish the data report committee here. Number 4 on the agenda. So right now, Josh is the chair. We're still looking for a chair for the data committee. If anyone is interested, please come to Josh or I. Do you have anything else to report for this?
Open it up to Lee and see if she has any parting thoughts.
Oh, boy.
As our chair, and thank you for chairing the committee.
Of course. I mean, we did a lot of great research, I think, with CGA over the last year particularly. So I think anybody who's interested, a lot of groundwork's been done. So the heavy lift is done now. It's just kind of carrying that work forward and the concept submissions, from the board. So I'd say, don't be intimidated. I did the hard part for you. But it's a great opportunity. And if anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer them or to do a handoff. But Trish has been immensely helpful, and a lot of the roadshow that Josh and I did with some of the other states, there's a lot of great ideas, lessons learned that they've already taken towards mandatory reporting that we can benefit from. So it's really just what direction does the board want to go and carrying that strategic plan forward.
Okay. Thank you. Do I see any hands?
Volunteers or voluntold?
Okay, well, you might be voluntold. What's the problem?
What's that?
Just keep walking. Still not, we're so excited. Did everyone leave? Okay, so we're just gonna continue on with our rule making. So strategic pillar number 2. Jessica.
Governance committee is not met, so we don't have any report. Work log is up to date. There's a holdover matter from last year's work that Josh can give us some illumination on. Is that enough time? We're supposed to have a board ratification and a recommendation by the governance committee, well, policy and procedures and OER separately joined together as governance committee with revisions to the PMP. If I'm not mistaken. So the origin of this was, again, we have policy and procedures, which is our internal operating manual, and our Oregon Administrative Rules Committee, which is the external version of our operational rules, simply consolidating that under one banner of governance. Committee's recommendation is to move forward with that consolidation, so we don't have two separate committees working in two different venues of the same problem.
So we're gonna need a motion on that?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to combine those committees.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Is that Andy and Bridge Street?
Yes.
Andy and Matt.
Matt, oh, sorry, Matt.
I heard it wrong.
Right. Okay. All approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, state the same. Okay, hearing none. Government committee is as is, as it was. On here.
That's, there's a referral that Josh needs to speak to, but I think you want to announce your details first.
Okay, ready for me?
Yep.
So, this came up in both publicity and training and education. Our contract thresholds for triggering an invitation to bid and my spending authority are fairly low. I think that the price of poker has gone up over the years, and it's very difficult to do something for $5,000 or $10,000 for an agency, even at our size. So the proposal is, the motion I'm asking for today is to refer this to committee for further discussion. But the proposal is to amend two sections of our policy and procedures manual to change dollar amounts. And this would change section 4.1, which would change our $10,000 threshold for contracts for services to $25,000, and then the approval of contracts in excess of $5,000 up to $10,000, which I think probably should have been to begin with. Then the other part is my spending authority as executive director is currently $5,000, while Kitty's is $10,000, and so my proposal is to make mine $10,000. This isn't going to change anything from my reporting and transparency with the board. It's just a matter of making things more efficient and effective so we can conduct business without having to jump through extra hoops. So the motion that would be needed is to refer this to the governance committee for consideration of spending limits and contract thresholds. That's it.
So moved, as stated.
Okay, any discussion? All approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, state the same. Okay, motion passes.
Right.
And this motion gets sent to the governance board, which Jessica is stepping down and Andy Crocker will be taking the realm. So thank you, Jessica, for all the work that you have done. You have made it into something very good, and we appreciate the work. It's handed off to you now, Andy.
Great, it's my first rodeo, so got some big shoes to fill.
I got a little feet. We'll talk about
We'll help you out.
That's it for governance? Making sure I don't forget anything. Yep, go ahead.
Jessica, are you gonna stay on as a committee member?
Probably.
Perfect, that's what I was hoping, so you could help the transition.
I'm trying to help Andy regardless. I have I don't are know, if you pay attention to the news, we have a pretty major transition happening within the Zipley family right now, and that's, I find, a lot of the time.
Yeah, just that institutional knowledge of developing is really helpful, so.
Yeah,
I'm glad.
Andy knows how to get hold of me, we got no problem there.
Okay.
Melanie?
Yep.
Our guests are here from Alpha Media. I don't know
Oh, perfect.
if you can have them present.
Sure, we can do this. Right. So. What would you guys like to set up?
I was wondering, is there a seat up there where?
You can take any seat you want.
Okay. I can sit back there, but.
You can have one.
Okay, actually, I mean, I can just do it, I can talk from there, it's totally fine. And then if that's fine with you all. So I know Kenny's got our recap deck pulled up, which I can't really see that part, so I'll read it from here, and just kind of go over it.
And
You can
if you
move
want
your
to
seat up
introduce
there.
yourselves, I don't know if you've met everybody in the room.
I'm
Ann
so
Sargent
sorry.
with
Yeah,
Alpha
I'm
Media.
Ann Sargent with Alpha Media, and I've worked with you all for quite a while, and Joshua Klein is also very instrumental in helping us develop any of our campaigns, especially when it comes to the audience development, who specifically to target and to engage. Yeah, so thanks for having us. I know I don't usually make it to meetings in person, but I've seen many of you on Zoom. So thanks for having us.
You guys wanna take a seat closer to the mic,
Okay, sure, yeah.
anywhere, so that way the online people, they can actually hear you, we can
That's
stop.
great. Okay, thank you.
And you can come over here.
I'm fine, I'll just hop, if she needs me to jump in, I can.
Okay. So this campaign, we responded to the RFP, which we really appreciated receiving. And, basically we needed to figure out the best way to target, key stakeholders or people who might be, committing damages, mainly professional excavators and the like, builders, people out in the field, but also homeowners, property owners, and over a 6-month time period. So the 6-month time period was basically mid-April until mid-October. And it was 6 months total, maybe it was all the way through October, but we had a little bit of a hiatus, I think in August, which we worked out. Anyway, so it was a total of 6 months, and we had a budget of 40,000, and technically, what we booked was just a little bit under. But this is just kind of a snapshot of the various media that we used, how we chose to reach these people. So, kind of how we approach all of our campaigns is we look at, okay, who is this person that we're trying to reach? How do they spend their time? Where do they spend their time? That's how we go about audience development, we call it, and basically creating an audience, defining one. And from that, we can figure out how best to reach them, like what platforms they spend their time on, what media they consume, because we all consume more than one form of media. So anyway, so as part of that, we were able to squeeze into the budget, like reaching them on mobile devices, through social media, which in this case was Facebook and Instagram, primarily Facebook. The 7 radio stations that we operate in the Portland area, which include 3 news, talk and sports, so that's KXL FM News, as well as Freedom 970 and 750 The Game, our sports station, and also 4 music stations. So it's 98.7 The Bull, our country station, Live 95.5, our current pop station, Kink FM, an adult rock station, and last but not least, our hip hop station, which may not be necessarily been the target audience, but we just went ahead and put PSAs on all of our stations. And so it was a lot of them, and they ran throughout the entire time period. Then we also used online search ads. We used KXL's Lars Larson, who is a very big spokesperson in the area and has a huge following both in the Portland area as well as throughout the country, because he's kind of our own out of our studios here, but he's syndicated in about 100 markets. So he did his Instagram video post, which I'm sure many of you have probably seen, and then streaming audio ads, and that's like where people are listening to ads on their various platforms, whether they're listening to a podcast on SoundCloud or what have you, or a music station on iHeart, or whatever they're listening to on their streaming audio, it doesn't matter, because we're going after that person, not the platform, not the specific channel that they're listening to. We reach people that way. And then also we did a couple of interviews on KXL FM News. So, and then the geographic area that we were targeting were these counties listed here. So the Portland Metro counties of Multnomah, Washington, and Clackamas, also Marion, Jackson, Douglas, Lane, Josephine, and Umatilla. So kind of a big presence in the southern part of the state as well.
Hey, Ann, Jamie, I'm the city chair. I just wanted to mention, I want to emphasize how much outreach, though that list of, what was it, 7 items?
Yeah.
There is extensive outreach in each of those categories over that 6-month time frame.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people, millions.
Yeah. You would think there would be 0 damage after this, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. But it will be interesting. I'd love to see the dirt report a couple of years from now and see what that looks like. But so, and without, we have very specific reports on each of these. Other than radio, we don't get technical, reporting analytics on radio. But, if you guys ever want to see what the actual reports look like, I'm happy to share those. They're very detailed. So I'm just doing kind of, a recap here. But to give you an idea, and to Jamie's point, this is showing, just how many ads were heard. So a lot of this is based on, in terms of measurement impressions, which is how many times an ad is seen or heard. And sometimes that's duplication, like somebody hearing it multiple times, which is a good thing. So in this case, there were over 7 million ads and PSAs seen or heard. And I say seen because some were banner ads, some were video ads, and some were just audio. So, and some were, in the case of SEM ads, like pay-per-click ads, those are just, when somebody goes online to search and contact Oregon 811 ad comes up in a search. So for mobile devices, there were over 620,000 ads seen. That resulted in 2,130 clicks. And I always like to say, we don't really want to spend too much time on clicks because it's just, it's not an accurate measurement necessarily of results, because people might click on an ad or they might not. More than likely, they might, if they're really interested, they might later go on and search something organically on their own. But it's still a nice indication if we've got some good click activity. Facebook and Instagram, over 611,000 ads were seen, which was about 2,300 clicks. Then on our 7 radio stations, was over 6 million impressions, ad impressions, so that's how many times those were heard. The online search ads, people searching, and that's based on a long list of keywords that we came up with Josh, as well as kind of our specialist, our SEM team comes up with that as well. And so people are searching for certain things, so based on that online, then one of a variety of ads that we created would come up. And so over 11,000 of those were served, or were seen, resulting in about 2,900 clicks, I think. And then Lars Larson's Instagram videos, so we got him to post a video on his Instagram, which he has a following of about 42,000 followers, so that's pretty good. Anyway, so he would do those twice a month, and so I would just work with him and let him know if there was a particular theme or anything different we wanted communicated, which sometimes he ran with, sometimes he didn't. But anyway, then he would create a little video, just put the camera on in a studio and start talking about all the reasons to contact 811. And he got a lot of engagement out of those, which was fun to see. So over 30,000 views, 1,496 likes, 32 shares, and 35 comments. And that, sometimes that continues to grow over time if people go back and are looking at, his Instagram feed. And then with streaming audio, so that's on those various platforms, like Pandora, Spotify, CBS Sports, it's a lot of different platforms. And it's not specific platforms, it's just wherever these people are listening. Those are the same as the PSA, essentially like radio commercials. And I think we ended up having about 7, 3 of which were from CGA, which was really helpful, that we created from the CGA video TV ads that we also had. And then the others we just wrote and produced. But so there were about 300,000 ads heard through streaming channels. And then last but not least, there were a couple of interviews, primarily around, what is it? That's in May, no, or the April, no, yeah, around safe dating time, yeah. And that just based on the most recent, Nielsen survey was about 12,300 people who heard those. So anyway, any questions on any of that? Yeah.
Can you explain to me, can you go back one? Can you explain to me how you measure seen, clicks, and, let me see, and how you know? It says heard, so how do you measure all of these?
So it depends. In the case of, let's say, heard, in the case of radio PSAs, public service announcements, that's just based on Nielsen, which is a huge data company that forever has kind of measured all of the radio, traditional broadcast media outlets listenership, and it's based on people carrying meters, you know, it's like a sample of each market and which stations they listen to, and there's a monthly survey that comes out, and so when I put in that number, I just went in a couple days ago and looked at like the most recent December survey to see, and the PSAs are kind of running around the clock, so I don't remember, but I probably put in like 6 a.m. to midnight on all to get an idea of how many people were listening. Yeah, would have heard, and it'll spit out like the gross ad impressions. Yeah.
So that's on the radio side in terms of our reach through those broadcasts, and then on the digital side, any impression is going to be registered as seen, and our reporting comes back and shows us that. As well as like on the socials, it'll give you a breakout of exactly what's happened there with the engagements and everything else. So if it's, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I was just trying to figure out whenever I'm looking at my social media, to me, I'm like, okay, so what would be an impression? What would be read? What would be a click? I mean, what is?
Red wouldn't be a metric in that one, but if you're scrolling through your socials and you come across Dig Oregon and you had any moment of pause in it and kept left on, that's an impression. You've been delivered. Now, if you clicked on it, obviously, and you went to the site, that's a click.
Okay.
And then on the video side of things, there's sort of a view completion rate. But that's what you're looking at in terms of views from the LARS videos. So it just kind of depends, but that's anything that's then come up into the fold, and if it's like an impression on a website or whatever, like that banner shows, that display ad shows, it's counting that as that impression. And that's how we're measuring the metric. I think an important thing, Ann mentioned this too, we don't dwell on clicks as like a final, like that's what everything's measured by, but it is important to note, I think, that across these campaigns and these different platforms, the click-through rates were very strong and well above industry benchmarks. We usually look at like a 0.15 as sort of the benchmark for our stuff that we do to beat or exceed that, and most of these were well above that. Like I'd have to look at them again, but I know they were over 0.2s. I think they were actually even beyond that. So there was really good engagement, which tells us that we were getting in front of the right audience people. Right, so that's a piece of that in terms of how we measure sort of the success of the campaigns. And likewise on the online search side of it, those scenes or the online search, they're also impressions. They show up when someone makes that search, like, you know, checking for power lines in my yard or whatever it is. That ad gets served. It's an impression. The click-through rate on those was very strong. It was like 26, almost 30% on the click rates of those ads that were being served, which is a really good rate for Google ads. And then the secondary of that was you guys with the budget, which was not very large, we were actually able to get about a 30% share of all the searches that were happening in the market in those geos. So of all the searches that happened, we were able to compete and get up 30% of all those searches, which is really strong. I see a lot of campaigns where we're spending that same dollar amount and we're getting like under 5%. So it was a positive to see that.
Is search engine optimization part of the package that we have now?
So I'm sorry, I'm not talking about optimization.
Right. I'm asking, is it it a part of the package that we're looking at now, or is that outside, that's an
No.
additional resource?
No,
Okay.
yeah, it would be a secondary, because that would be focused on your website.
Right.
Yeah. So, sorry, I'm done.
Okay, and then, just on the last page here, I just have, I kind of wanted to address the public service aspect of it. The reason we were able to run all of these PSAs is because, this is a nonprofit organization, and it is truly a public service announcement. I mean, we get requests from, organizations and businesses all the time asking if we can run, like maybe it's a business that's putting on an event or doing something that has kind of a fundraiser tied to it. If it's not a true public service, a service to the public, and that comes through clearly in the message, we won't run it. But if it is, absolutely, we'll throw our support behind it. And usually it's on all the stations. And so that's why we were able to do it, because it is really a service to the community. So just a little bit about that. And then the same thing with the interviews. So and those are longer form, usually at least a couple minutes. And in this case, I think there was one in the morning news show on KXL and one in the afternoon news show on KXL. And then expectations, I just kind of wanted to have a note here that, we were able to, basically engage people through a big variety of platforms, and just kind of looking at some of the data that we saw from your website traffic. It was an increase of 39% in traffic over the same time last year, which seemed, great. And really, I know you see Joshua and I here today, but I started counting, it's like at least 15 of us who kind of behind the scenes, initially anyway, when we put all this together, we're working on it. So just wanted to give you a little bit of an idea about that, how many people were working on it, because we knew you had high expectations and we wanted to make sure we had our full team behind it. And then looking back and looking ahead, one thing I was thinking of, I just wanted to mention that, if we have the opportunity to work with you guys again, I think the only thing I would recommend changing, I'd love to get your feedback, but might be just, we could easily, I think, work on and tweak, like, more of a concrete schedule in terms of the creative, rollout of various different messages, different creatives, depending on the medium. So, anyway, any other questions? Josh, I know you must have some questions.
No, you've always been great. I just appreciate your responsiveness as we've asked for asked questions or asked for changes in our approach along the way, and so we'll definitely be including you in our invitation to bid for the next couple of years here.
When is that? When is that?
Tomorrow.
Oh, geez. Yeah, no, well, we appreciate it. But any other questions? We're happy to answer while we're here.
Yeah, I'll just mention that we've seen really strong results. Obviously presented here, how many impressions we get, how much content we get for the budget that we have, and the look of the creative, who it's served to, all those things have been on target with all of our expectations. We're exceeding them, so.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
good to hear. I mean, I'd love to hear also at some point if there's any feedback on damages. I know it's really a long haul, but, or delays. Okay, well, thanks you all.
All right, thank you,
Have a
Josh.
good day, rest of your meeting.
You can stay for a little bit, we'll probably have some lunch coming up soon.
Okay, thank you, yeah. Okay.
So, we'll just stay with the publicity committee, and Jamie.
That's fine. So along the lines of the invitation to bid, we do have some overview of that and putting that out soon, because we do want to get the advertising starting early, in this year, so that we can hit the ground running and not miss kind of the April dig safe timeline and get going by then. I know that Josh put together a presentation, there's a couple other items on there to cover, so if you're ready, Josh.
Yeah, no presentation, but we do need a motion. So as I mentioned, we're looking at a different approach this year. Last year, we did a 1-year, $40,000 contract, and we don't want to have to go through that process every single year. It's burdensome for both us and for the contractors. So what we'd like to propose today is a 2-year contract not to exceed $80,000, and that's across the 2 years. So 80,000 total, not per year, with a 1-year extension, or an option for a 1-year extension not to exceed $40,000. So that gives us the option to at least go 2 years with our next provider, and we have a list of 7 that we're gonna send this to, including Alpha. And if you have any others that you'd like to include, we're only obligated to have 3 for a competitive invitation to bid. There's no harm in doing more than that, besides just the amount of time to go through and pour through them. But the way we score them, it should be pretty obvious which ones rise to the top.
Yeah, and to that, having an annual contract comes up way too quickly. As a reminder, for 2024, we consolidated to Alpha Media. We had separate advertising companies prior to that on occasion. So that consolidation was a really benefit on really honing our messaging and who our audience was, and being able to work with one company. Time spent on working with them helps reduce that, and not having to repeat all the messaging expectations. And that, like I said, that 1-year time frame comes up way too quickly. So having 2-year with the option to extend is really highly recommended.
And we will include room for creativity in their response as well. So like Jessica mentioned, search engine optimization or paid search, those type of options. We're not prescribing what they do for us. We want them to come to us with a proposal, and really leveraging our nonprofit status as well, so we can maximize our reach with public service announcements as well, which Alpha has done a good job of. So the motion we would need is move to approve a 2-year contract for publicity services not to exceed $80,000 with a 1-year option not to exceed $40,000.
Is 40,000 gonna be enough 3 years from now?
We talked about that,
like-
and we're limiting it now because that's what we have, but we want to leave it open to be able to adjust that in the future. We just can't commit to it right now because we know we have 40, but we don't know what we'll have 3 years from now.
So the budgetary constraint comes into play when we approve the contract in the context of our forecasted budget. Is that number necessary for the RFP? I mean, like, if the sky was the limit, what would they do, right? And maybe I'm thinking out loud here, but thinking of, like, here's what our current budget has been. What would you propose? Here's what we do. Here, what would you propose? And then if you had to work in this budget, what would you get rid of, right? Framing it that way, then we have a chance to say, okay, is $40,000 enough? And, do we need to have an escalator based upon inflationary provisions, or if there are other things we could get by opening this amount?
I like where you're going with that. Maybe we only do this as a 2-year, and then we can revisit it next year to add the extension at a later date. It doesn't have to be a part of this.
No, I mean, I'm not debating that the 3-year project, or 3-year proposal makes sense, because you get best pricing at 3 to 5 years, right, in contracting. So it's not that, it's the
escalation.
It's the escalation of the
included in
cost.
the execution of the procurement, so you don't have to amend the contract
Right,
later.
exactly. It's more
It'll be
expeditious
easiest
for all of
you.
us.
I can guarantee it.
Let's do that.
No, but it's best practice. At the city, we did it with all of our vendors, because, inflation, and just, it makes sense, and it's less administrative burden.
But it also comes down to, like, we're not limiting it, we're not artificially limiting what the response to the RFP is, but putting a dollar cap on it.
So what you're saying is we put a proposal together with what we would like within a 2 to 3 year term limit and how much it would cost them.
Right, yeah, and then, the board ultimately decides what we're gonna spend, but if we don't lead in the RFP with the dollar amount, we don't need to approve a dollar amount adjustment today, and we maybe get different responses on the RFP.
Would you take low bid? How would you?
I mean, it would be part of the scoring matrix that publicity is put together, but I mean, there could be very good things that you get in that proposal that we may, as this board decided we would want to spend the extra
Yeah,
money
you
on
didn't
that.
even think of.
And stuff you wouldn't even see because you've limited the bid
The scope, the
opportunity.
vision.
Yeah.
I like the concept, but when I think about going through the process and evaluating the RFPs based on the ambiguity of that, I think it's gonna be really difficult for us to score and select. So that's the part that I'm trying to manage. If we don't go this way that we've done, then everybody's submitting like proposals based on the known versus everybody submitting proposals based on the unknown. And so I think for us to score those is gonna introduce an unanticipated consequence of a challenge. So that's where I struggle in the concept. Not that we can't figure it out, I just can't get there yet.
But I'm wondering, can you post it where it's like, provide a corporate strategy, not to exceed 40,000 per year with an escalation, to include escalation over a 3-year term?
And maybe they propose those additional items if we have
Right, like as an option.
excess of
Right,
budget.
yeah,
Here's
option.
this, but we have a couple options.
And not miss the opportunity to put that option language in the RFP, right? Because that's where you get the extra. Or maybe you get free. You never know. You can't unless you ask.
I'm open to the concept if somebody smarter than myself can figure out the process.
Nate, you wanna take a stab at it?
Sorry?
You were saying something? I didn't hear it from here.
No, sorry, I mumbled.
You mumbled something towards me, what was that?
Massage that.
Okay. Thanks.
So I would make a
I heard about
motion that
Hmm?
we open an RFP for a 2-year contract with an optional 3-year extension to include language about inflationary adjustment or escalator, however it's appropriately worded, to fulfill our publicity needs for the coming years.
Clarification on wording. You said 2-year contract with a 3-year extension?
With a possible for a third
Third,
year
okay,
extension.
perfect.
Sorry, 2-year contract, 1-year extension to total.
3, gotcha.
Total three, yeah.
I just thought I heard it.
Well, you knew what I was saying.
Yeah, I thought I did too, but then when I heard it, I'm like.
I heard what you were.
Okay.
I'll second.
So, okay, so with, when we put an escalation in there, why would we put an escalation in there when we want a fixed amount though? I mean, I understand it with like when you have truck rolls and, you know, not service related items.
Media buys are not getting less expensive, and they're having to place media buys. And so this is just it's the cost of doing business increases year over year. If we fail to acknowledge that, I think we may shrink the pool of respondents or change the types of responses that we get because we're being blind to the cost of operations exceeding current costs year
If
over
we
year.
don't include that, then they might put less, not manpower, forgive me, the labor hours. You'll have less, they put 15 plus people on this. If their labor goes up, then they might only be able to throw the heat. I don't know. It'll be a less robust effort.
And comparatively, 40,000 a year is a very small pie compared to a lot of organizations.
So escalation is really just covering COLA and, you know.
So who was the second on that one?
Casey, I was.
Casey? Okay, any further discussion? Did you get that? Just making sure. All right, all approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, state the same. Hearing none, motion passes.
I have to piggyback on a curveball on that one now.
Sure.
Since our next meeting is mid-April and we'd like to start this before April, can we delegate authority to Jamie as chair of the publicity committee to move forward with this proposal, review and approval in advance of the next meeting?
Okay, say that again.
Asking to
What
delegate
do
authority.
what do we have
We'd
within
like
our
to
policy?
we'd like to start this before April 1st.
What's in our policy though?
That we normally would have to have board approval for the contract.
Okay,
We'll
so
do
but the board can delegate authority to Jamie to proceed with that on behalf of the board, and then the board would ratify at the April meeting.
Okay, now what? Electronic vote.
I'm trying to look and see the invitation.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. Sorry for the curveball, I don't want to delay implementation because of a unfortunate calendar.
Right. We're still trying to figure out the quarterly meetings. It was a full year last year, and so we're still trying to figure out the timing.
Josh, do you see any objection in the board conducting that vote via email?
We haven't done that before, and I think we probably have to notice it as a special meeting, because I don't think we can conduct a vote without public notice.
But it could be virtual, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do a virtual meeting. Yeah, not that I don't, I think we get into delegation of authority and we get into kind of a slippery slope because we put these guide rails in place around, around contract authority, for a reason, because it's core to the fiduciary responsibility of this board. So I might recommend that rather than delegation of authority, that we hold a special meeting. It can be a 15-minute, everybody get online, we review the proposal and the scoring sheet, vote, and we're done. But as an interim, I would recommend a special meeting calling instead of.
Okay.
Like, just because of the size of the contract, like it just.
Yeah, it's
Feels-
one of our larger contracts.
As another option, we could do a project-based, so we'd ask them to do one job for Safe Digging Month, and then they're up and running in March, and then we approve the contract in April for the full services over the next 2 years. So that would, because that'd be within
That's an
our
option
spending
too.
authority, and then it bridges the gap.
Okay, so whatever you two feel is right.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie, do you have anything more on there?
I think that covered it, unless there's something in.
The matrix is in the board packet. We updated it for this year, and that's looking at everything under the sun that we are considering for sponsorships, and we're going to discuss that at the next committee meeting as well. So if you're interested in that, or if you don't see something on there that you'd like included on the list, please send it my way. Some of you have already done that.
Yeah, we'll get that next committee meeting scheduled prior to the next board meeting in order to review all the proposals that we received. That forward with recommendations from there.
30th anniversary and that's the next thing out here.
I don't have anything specific around that. I think we're good to move on, Josh.
Okay, just wanted to let you know Jamie is staying as the chair for, yes.
Did you guys vote on that motion?
No,
I don't think there was a motion.
It was not a motion. The one they asked me to make, it was not a motion. They discussed to take it back to the committee.
Well, there was a motion and a second.
and then we,
Oh, the vote. Never mind.
so, just an FYI, Jamie is staying as a publicity committee chair for this year. Yay, thank you, Jamie. I think
Happy to do it.
you're just getting on a roll. I mean,
Yeah.
it takes a while.
To, yeah,
It
get
does.
familiar with everything and that scoring matrix and, but yeah, happy to do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so, skipping on to number 3, delivering quality services. So that is, Scott, that's you. Are you ready?
Sure.
We've skipped you, I don't know how many times.
I'm not sensitive. I'm not sure where we're at.
Scott, you want me to share screen?
I can share. as it says up there, it is January of 2025. We'll be sharing kind of end of year numbers, so December focused, but year over year we'll show the entire year's numbers. So finished December flat, kind of flat trend line, but up actually 19.78% from the previous year. So we're up 3.96 total year-to-date inbound. Incoming tickets year-to-date, we just kind of shows that month over month, year over year. Outgoing, we were down. We're trending down, I should say, but we were up over last year, so kind of flat over last year at 0.58 increase year over year, year to date. In-out ratio, obviously this is something you guys watch very closely.
Question, Scott.
5.02.
Sorry, Scott, is it possible to rerun this report, taking out the duplicates that occurred in the first half? Is that a
The PG
possibility?
duplicates last year.
We had, who was it? PGE duplicates that ran for several months. Is that, if it's not a big deal, but I think as we're looking at trending data year over year, I think that could be really helpful in seeing the actual numbers versus that, whatever it was called, whatever we're calling it.
I mean, we can certainly look into that.
Anomaly in the data. Is that a hard process to do? Because if it is, it's fine, we can figure it out, but as we track this data year over year, it's gonna give us a better indication if we can remove what we know is kind of false data.
We can look at that.
Okay, thanks, I appreciate it.
Adam did that for us when we were running numbers for the tariff.
So, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I apologize for interrupting the flow.
No problem.
He said he's not sensitive, so you're good.
Okay.
So your in-out ratio again, down from last year, 5.78, which is a trend we've been watching and know well about. ITIC percentage, again, this is kind of the highlight of the story for us that we've been kind of sharing every year. 79.64 is, I think, is that your highest ever? Again, that contract, the greater discount comes when you've had.
Can we just round the numbers up?
You know, if you had one that was really close, then we could. I think you guys are on a great trend. I mean, and honestly, you haven't hit your 75% trend yet. So we're really close. I was just looking at the annual numbers. You know, a lot of months that were 74.5, that were getting really close. So and you finish the year at, I think, 78 and 79%. So I mean, obviously off-season is more focused on active excavators and contractors, so you're gonna see a higher ITIC percentage in the slower season, but I think you're on the right track. So again, between March and October, we're gonna look for 3 months in a row over 75% to give you that next discount, and then the way you guys are moving now, maybe if we hit both 75 and 80%. I promise we want it as much or more than you do, so we're working with you to help you
So
accomplish that.
start rounding the numbers up.
Sounds
We're
good.
good with that. Do you have a
Dan-
year-to-date
Dan, do you know?
or a month-to-date experience?
Pardon?
Can you give us a month-to-date, like where are we trending as of today?
As of today, I can look that up and share it with you before.
That might be exciting,
Yeah.
because Frank's gonna have some time, he could call some friends.
So again, year over year, the gray line represents this year, so it's just been a real notable trend up in ITIC, so you like to see that. Your blended ticket price is what you pay us per ticket with your discounts is trending up a bit. We've had just our annual contract increases, and you guys are working on your tariff on the backside of that. So. And then we just show down your discount for your ITIC tickets is $39,000 this month. ASA, I offer to take a lot of slides out for you, but since we crush this one every month, I really want to keep this in. It makes us look good. We're well staffed. we try to, this is kind of representation of how well we're answering your phones, how quickly we're answering your phones. Average seconds to answer is what that ASA stands for, so our contractual obligation to you is 60 seconds, so we're getting there. That is that.
Is there a year over year for ticket volume? Did I miss it?
You want to see?
No.
Yeah, so inbound was up like 3%, I think, and 4%. Any questions on those numbers? We did, as Josh spoke to, we did the self-certification rollout. On that, just a quick glance at a spreadsheet, so of the 524 self-certified yeses that they qualify for the 500 exemption, we sent out 524 emails, and then also snail mail. We have received 193 responses to date, which include 20 new people that didn't previously state they qualified, but now they state they qualified. And of all of those, we didn't send them to cities. We did a review of cities through the census data, and we only found one that previously did not qualify. Previously qualified that doesn't no longer qualify in the city of the Dalles. And then is one no, Sunrise Water Authority, which happens to be my water district in Happy Valley. We're growing. So other than that, these are the 20 new in the blue. Everything else up here are the confirmed yeses. As Josh kind of spoke to, and we can certainly echo, this has been a very intensive, labor-involved process for both Kitty and Josh, because we reach out if you have any questions. The predominant number of these are the under 50 qualifiers as well. And so, Josh and I talked about maybe a more strategic approach to this in the future, and maybe kind of curating the list more specifically to the entities that might qualify or might be close. So I do have the 2024 entire year's data set that I think Josh and I could go through and kind of see how much more we want to do on the dive.
So what you're, do all of us have questions? You raise your hand first.
You did actually, but it's not my position to say.
So from what I'm seeing here, we have added 20 more members that are under that certification, correct? And only maybe one or two that have.
One city and one water district has said otherwise.
Interesting, okay. Hold on. Frank, was it you? No, Kevin?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask your question, how did we get 20 new ones that weren't previously, how did they know?
I think they had to
I'm like,
manage.
this backfired on us, didn't it?
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Found out it was in the water.
Okay. So that's what we were all thinking?
Yeah.
Well,
Amy?
like Oregon Water Utilities, have private water systems down in Southern California around us. And so they will come in and buy smaller districts or take them over and run them. So I'm wondering on something like these, they're probably using our services for their other systems. And maybe when they take these over to manage them, they realize they're not.
That's what I understand happened.
Yeah.
Wasn't the plan to remove anybody that did not respond and not continue them under the exemption? So if we've sent out 524 and we've heard back from about 200, does that mean we're removing 300 that we never heard back from, confirming that yes, they still qualify for the exemption? I thought that was part of the intent behind it.
And yeah, that way we can get something back.
That was the plan. I would caution that would create another administrative kind of nightmare, because most of these that aren't applying are the under 50s. And then they will comply, or they won't even hit 50, so it's kind of a move. I'm concerned that it's just gonna be And to shut them off, we'll have to shut them off, and then we'll have to come back and turn it back on when they recirculate.
Kevin?
More questions come, but not a worry, but maybe some more confidence that since the notification boundaries have been largely a more refined process, wouldn't anticipate that there's gonna be a lot of tickets being submitted or impacted by these. I don't know what their location, their notification boundaries look like. Hopefully they're refined, so the impact would be minimal to what we do.
And the other point is, just because they certified that they qualify for it, doesn't mean they're gonna hit it, right? Do we know if these new 20 had hit the $500?
We have that data, we haven't done the comparison yet. I just got that annual, I get like a monthly billing sheet that I have them prepare on that annual snapshot, so we can look at 2024 to see who's over the 500. I think that's the bigger question is who's utilizing the exemption.
Is there an opportunity we can do, or just sideline review of what these notification boundaries look like? Like, just call you up sometime and say, hey, can I take a look at this, or?
Well, we certainly have the information in our database.
Okay.
Thanks. Any follow-up or thoughts?
Yeah, I think this started in committee, and I think it makes the most sense to go back to governance and Andy and talk about next steps, because like Scott said, I think if we exclude members that qualify, especially the 50 and under, it's not going to benefit us, and it's only going to hurt us. And so I think it deserves more discussion in committee, and then we bring that back to the board in April.
Is the question a question of policy, of operations, or budget?
There's portions of each.
Right, but what's being driven here is data, right? Data analysis to determine where the biggest bang for the buck is, right? Which impacts our budget.
I was looking at it on the 500 and up, but as a matter of equity, you've got members paying their fair share and members who are not. And we heard from one of our board members who is eligible for the exemption, and he didn't understand why. It's like, it makes no sense. We'll take it, but it makes no sense why we're not paying into the system. We benefit from it. We're required to participate in it, but we're getting a free pass. And so I think for me, it's a matter of equity.
Okay, so it's a policy question. I'm at, because we have some data questions here too. So you need to get the data squared away before the committee can make a policy decision.
Yeah, I looked up just for curiosity, a handful of them. One of them,
Yes, Nate.
Nate signed up, has got 15 water connections.
You want to make data check? Is that what I saw?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he said that. I'm gonna second that.
Scott, and maybe Josh as well, when you talk about administratively, it could be a potential headache, is there the ability to, or how much time would it take to sort this list of the non-respondent who actually are being subsidized? So get rid of the ones that we know that don't have the 50 tickets and things like that, and then work on a smaller list? Is that administratively possible for us to shrink that list to a workable list and have that discussion of value?
I think so. I mean, Scott and I have talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, most of these are, I mean, I can't speak specifically, but I look at Camp Klamath cabins and assume that they're probably under the 50.
Right.
But I can't do that without a manual comparison to another list, the billing list I pulled from last year. So we can.
I mean, administratively, are we talking like 10 hours, or are we talking like 100 hours of labor to do that process?
I don't know that it's 100 hours, probably less than 100 hours. I'm not sure, Nate, I mean, it's just a matter of going through it, and whether just one of us does it or somebody else, have somebody else kind of curate that list a little bit. You know, my recommendation moving forward would be to do it that way, to really find the list of the 500 plus, and then curate that list down to who's really taking advantage of the exemption, and then seeing if they still qualify.
And my thought is, you know, we can go down this path a long ways and spend a lot of your time and Josh's time that's well spent in other places, and spend more on labor and effort than anybody that we would receive.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm asking, is this just a futile effort that realistically we're not gonna gain much value? And if that's the case, I say no, but if it's a minimal effort to get usable data, then I say we proceed, and only you and Josh, I think, can answer that.
Well, it's kind of like the cities, you know, we can easily go to census data to see who has more than, 15,000 or whatever that's an easy data point to find.
And when we were doing that, we actually found cities that aren't identified as qualifying for the $500 cap. But then in reality, by their population, they really do. So they weren't asking for it, but we didn't want to bring it up to them so that they would then go for it. The under 50 is not, as far as the financial thing goes, it's not your bucks. The over 500 is.
Wanting to call some of them operators is a stretch. The ones I've talked to, you're talking like, some of them don't even know what they have. Some of them are one pipe or like Robbie said, 15 connections or 4 connections. It's not a utility.
They got a crossing across the county roads that
Yeah.
are beyond the system.
I had one that literally said, I haven't had a call in the last 5 years for notification.
Yeah, 11 for Camp
11 locates?
No, 11 connections total.
Okay, yeah. I think that's what you're gonna find, is that most of these do qualify, even the ones that are, you know, so really you're just pointing back to the legislative decision of, do you have these exemptions? Most probably will qualify, at least that's what we found with the census data, there's only one. So, you know, there's only one reversed.
And they were right on the border. I mean, they had just
16, I think, thousand. Yeah, it wasn't huge. And they just, honestly, they replied and said, well, I thought we didn't have to do this because we were a municipality. So. I think, you know, curating that list is something we intended to do anyways. So if you want us to do that as part of this process, we just can. And we can do it once, and I mean, that's kind of how we, also another avenue we talked about, it's like, well, let's do this now. We see how much impact it really has. I mean, we did it over Christmas, we probably shouldn't do that again. But we just looking at the numbers, it was, I mean, the time and energy that Kitty and Josh and I, not me personally, but our database team really spent a lot of time responding to these smaller, obviously qualified groups. Who just, I don't know my code is, I don't know, you know, a lot of that kind of stuff.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that you two are gonna get together and go through this list of over 500s.
I'll try to break it down first, and then pull together with what, because we're looking at, if we're looking at the over 500s, I'll have our team pull the 50s out, the under 50s out based on last year's information, and then, you know, shrink that list down quite a bit. But.
Okay. You know, like what Nate said, as long as there's not a lot of manpower, energy, time.
If it's of interest to the board, it's just a matter of doing it. I mean, we've already spent a lot of manpower, a lot more than we thought we would have. My prediction is, you know, we might find a couple more, but it's not gonna be in a budgetary impactful amount.
Okay.
Unless Climate picks up a few more.
As long as you find a couple more without adding 20 more.
I hear you there.
We are only reviewing the list of those who previously stated they did qualify, so.
However, you know, damage prevention here, it's a good thing that they are a part of the system, right?
So
Yeah.
just for clarification, because this isn't the first, we did this several years ago, and I don't recall it being this labor intensive. So did we just not get communicated back that all this labor went into that last time? Because last time it seemed to go very smoothly.
I
I think last time you only sent it to the over 500 cap.
Oh, okay,
Instead of everyone. Okay.
okay, thank you.
You should have said something. You didn't realize that?
Before we send it to everybody.
That's okay. Note that.
I recall.
Note that. Note that, Scott.
Alrighty. So Kitty asked us to share our interactive dashboard that we have now rolled out. Alright. So this is, can be found via a banner ad that's, on your website right now. There it was. So this banner ad here, you can click this dashboard button, brings you to this page. And you can kind of sort, come over here a little bit. We have a date range you can set. So if you wanted to look at all of 2024 data, pretty easy to do. So your selected tickets is always going to reflect the entire state, and then you can click on any county, and your ticket counts over here are going to reflect the counties you select. You can do a shift select or a control select if you're a Mac person. Just select multiple counties, and again, it's going to give you your breakdown over here of the total down per county. There's some line graphs built in by state and again by county.
I was gonna ask you yesterday, this is just tickets,
Just inbound tickets.
okay, and it doesn't have anything to do with actual facility owners within there. Can you filter on facility owners?
No. If you want to go back to the whole state, just click back on those individually. It's rated, sets you up in by county, how many tickets are inbound.
It's inbound and outbound, right?
Just inbound. You can sort by types of tickets, so if you're interested in looking at just emergency tickets, you can sort by that. And again, it does still keeps the state total based on your date range, and then breaks it down here. So if you wanted to see.
Scott, I can't read it. What were the different categories as far as?
It's just your header types, so two full business, emergency.
So you could sort by updates or not?
No. Because that's a function, an update's still a two full business.
Gotcha, okay.
That's, Scott, I remember talking about this briefly a while back, last year. Is this rolled out for operators on the operator side?
No.
Because, okay, yeah, all right, because that would be, yeah.
I think that's a good note.
No, I mean, it really is, and currently it's the old system and you have to run a report on every code itself. You can't do it holistically or, so if we had something like this, especially with graphs, it'd just be.
Yeah. I mean, you have, I think, 1,500 operator, members.
Yeah.
And so it'd be, you don't know how.
We got all the data here, it's just.
Yeah. We certainly have all the data, we can pull that, but it's maybe a good idea to offer on a member by member basis, or even if we didn't have this as a public facing report, if it was something you could go and look at. Or we can open ask about it. Any questions on that? All right. That is all I have to report. As you see, we have a check expert notification. Is that here?
It should have been under ad hoc Casey's committee. We could handle it here, but I think it should be under, that's where we discussed it.
Okay, yeah.
So are we moving that under the ad hoc?
Yes.
Okay, great, because I think we are all probably ready to eat some lunch. Have a break?
Let me just check.
Okay. We good? All right. We are breaking for lunch. I'll give you guys, we'll be back here at 12:40. Enjoy lunch, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Back to business, yes?
Before we went on break, Terry pulled up our month-to-date ITIC percentage, and because it's favorable, we'll share it. So you're at 80.13% month-to-date,
Say that again?
so 80.13% ITICs this, so far in January.
Oh, so, okay.
Keep up the good work.
We're not going up?
Yeah.
No rounding up?
I think about 50 rounds up to 100.
I'm fine with that. Okay, so, on to business. We're still under delivering quality services, under Training and Education Committee. Mitch, that is you. And just a disclaimer here, Mitch is the committee chair for this year. He's looking at retiring from his position in 2026. So if anyone is interested, please start coming to meetings, start asking questions, and
Not retiring,
I'm
but
just saying
offering
retire.
opportunity for new members, if they are interested in training and education, new ideas, that I will always welcome into the committee. If they would like to, I'll be willing to help them until next year if they want to do that. We found somebody.
Yes, thank you.
So training and education, thank you everybody for meeting this here on our committee. We went over, Happy New Year's to everybody for the new year. We held a committee meeting a week ago. Thanks everybody who was there. We were able to nail some problems that we had. I'm gonna just go a little bit fast over what we did last year and what the future for 2025 will show to the training and education, where we're going and what we can accomplish this year with as much money as we get on the budget. So just for everybody to understand, the training education, it looks over, one of the items is the safety excavation 101. It's a pretty simple video that all we have to do there is just update it. It needs to be updated. We pay for that training. It's on our website. Everybody can go there. It's a free for any member that wants, for anybody who wants to watch it and take advantage of that. So pretty much as a board with that training, we're just updating when it needs to be updated. And that's all the money that we spend for that training. It's all updates if we need to put some data or whatever we want to do there. So that's the safety excavation 101 that we have. We do have I'm gonna let Josh with the numbers follow up to this. We do have the excavator safety training, that's held by Josh. This is the only training that actually OUNC owns, our training, and we are going to, this year, we are going to do, as last year, we had proposed dates, but this year we're changing that, and we'll looking for customers to come to us, and we'll hold that then. Over 1,000 in the last year in 2024, and the system works well. And thank you, Josh, for holding all of those. The next item that training education is looking over, it's the locator training with Bob. We did look into this over the years, and we saw that the numbers of attendees over the years, they're going lower and lower and lower. So like in 2023, we had about 200 plus. Until last year, we are half of that. So the committee discussed and looked into, we do have the $10,000 just to continue until we can figure out what's our next step. But in the meantime, we suspend all the online classes, the one that we pay for. There are 3 classes that Bob was holding for us online. Attendance was going very low, so we decide at this point just to suspend them and find a better approach. We also look into his training, and we look at the feedback from attendees, and they were telling us that they want more time in the field with their locator. So that being said, the way that we look at this one, and we're gonna implement this year, there will be, before you come to a locator training, there will be an online training, free, which is gonna go over all the materials with Bob, as I don't want him to lose in the meeting time to explain who is OUNC, how to call 811, how to do this, how to do that. I want him to stay focused more on their questions, on their equipment, on their locators, go out in the field and troubleshoot. This class is pretty much, it's not a professional locator, but it's pretty much for small entities, cities, bore operator comes to this class, water districts. They don't want to understand more how they can troubleshoot their equipment, how the signal flow, and how can they figure out when the signal doesn't respond to their unit. How they can use the Bluetooth on their units and stuff like that. And Bob is one of the person that actually knows all those equipments, and he goes over. So for 2025, we'll change this to a prerequisite. We're still in the process with him to figure out, but we'll change this to a prerequisite online class prior to come to the locator training. So if you register for the locator training, you're gonna be obligated to do this prerequisite, so we can eliminate some downtime in the class and be more out in the field with this. So that's with, and I'm gonna let Josh go over the numbers. We had pretty much about over 100 this year with the locates class. Where else we can look into? Of course, you guys know about the CGA and their program. So last committee meeting, we had a presentation for everybody, and we looked into the CGA learning program, learning system. And thank you for presenting that to us. It was a great opportunity for all of us to see where we at. And at this point, what we're looking into how to bridge this training from CGA into our needs, into Oregon 811. And if that's, we're looking to see, is that gonna be a module for Oregon only? How can we implement all this into our website to offer them a free, or offer them this training to the Oregon? We're still debating, we're still talking, we're still in discussions how this is gonna work. They still are working on the program, so nothing is set in stone yet, but that's kind of for 2025, hopefully we'll get the module that will place us with that training, or especially the training. As I look over the training, it's has different sides for excavator, for whoever calls 811. So depending who you are, that's where you have to go. That's where you can go and get the training only for the area that you need to know, not for the whole thing, starting with how you call 811 and how you do all that. And that's with CGA. If, Josh, you have anything to add,
Very
subtract on this?
briefly, I'm not gonna go over the numbers because that'll be in the annual report.
They are in the annual report, correct.
But I will say, with the training classes, if you're ever interested in attending them, there's plenty of opportunities. You can sit in, we can schedule them. If you've got a group that's interested or you think would benefit from it, we can schedule them. We can also teach you to teach the class. We've got a deck that's ready to roll, and we've talked a lot about train the trainer, and it just takes some warm bodies and with a little bit of confidence to get up in front of a group and share the presentation. And we can scale that from as short as 30 minutes up to 2+ hours. So it's very functional. I would also say with the 101 class, we're looking at ways that we can bridge from that to the CGA training modules that Kevin has introduced and spent a lot of time working on. I see great potential there. The only thing we talked about is maybe adding an Oregon module because you got all the best practices, the general stuff, and then maybe we have one module that's focused on the rules that are specific to Oregon. And then the locator training, Kitty and I have been looking at some options. We sat through a class, and I'm almost leaning towards bringing back to the committee a hybrid approach where we do some free short classes where it's familiarization with your equipment, field work, and then a longer term, bigger, more in-depth, like state and university type approach if there's interest, and we could facilitate the class and the registration, but that's gonna come at a cost. So I think a lot of this is dip a toe in the water and see how much interest there is and what kind of need there is, especially with the fiber investments that are taking place and scaling up, locating in rural communities that haven't previously had that. And if there's a need there, that we can help fill it. That's it.
Yeah, so thank you, Josh, for that. That's a great opportunity. If you are a manager in your company and you manage a lot of excavators, business partners, you can actually take this training and, you know, go to their office and actually show it to them and train them. Most of them, they're professional excavator, they will know this, but it's just an opportunity for you guys. And the only thing we discussed over there was I asked a question about the safety summit. Being 30 years, I was hoping we can do a safety summit this year, but it doesn't look like that we have an opportunity for that. So there's not enough money or not enough stuff for us to do like a safety summit like we did in like, I think it was 2018, 2019, somewhere there, but I asked. I would love to have one of that. Not as fun. Yes, Nick?
So I know a lot of states do safety summits. We've done one, and maybe this is a question for Kim and Frank and Dan. Is that an effective outreach tool that Oregon should be considering to do that? Or, I mean, as a state and promoting that message of damage prevention, you know, are you seeing other states really feeling like these efforts are successful?
Yes.
And it depends on the education and outreach you're able to provide during those summits. But you really do have a captive audience for that day or day and a half that you can provide training, maybe you can provide some credits that they need for continuing education, as well as just the overall safety message. But it doesn't even have to be underground damage prevention safety messages. It can be really anything job related, so they are definitely finding value. I can say, I mean, you've done one before, but it takes a lot of volunteers, it takes a lot of sponsors, especially if you want it to be self-funded, and then provide it for as little cost as possible to the excavators who are in attendance, because that obviously is a roadblock sometimes as well. If the cost is too much, then the companies aren't going to send.
That's one of the reasons why I for this year, the 30 years of anniversary, and that's where the roadblock was. Because if I remember exactly when we did it in 2018, there was a lot of volunteer. There was a lot of money come from a lot of company. I think somewhere we spent about 60,000, but we managed to bring it down. I think for us, it was only less than $10,000. The rest of the money we were able to collect from different sponsorship and stuff like that. I think it's a great opportunity. Last time, we probably didn't choose, I mean, it's Oregon. We went in, I think, February, and there was a lot of snow that day. And even then, we have over 200 people. Well, we have PUC, PUD, we have keynote speaker, we have, it was everybody had a really good impression, and they really grabbed that training. It was a great training.
Can I just, one more follow-up? Who would you say does it really well? Which state? Like, we're gonna send Josh and Kitty.
Nebraska has a fairly large one.
Yeah, they're talking about a lot of people. If you Google some, because you can see them, some of them are on the Google. I Google some of them, there's large crowds there.
Nebraska, Missouri does a really good job. Theirs is kind of long, but they also pair it with like the international locate rodeo. They've built theirs up over the years, and they also, one of their main sponsors is the largest, utility insurance, or I'm sorry, insurance company that offers, insurance for companies. So they do OSHA training for free, like the 10-hour OSHA training for free. And so a lot of people are sending their employees in for like the OSHA training. They would generally spend hundreds of dollars on it, or getting it for free. So they do things like that to be able to bring in the crowds.
Theirs is multi-day too.
Theirs is multi-day, but even the one days are great. Kansas is doing a one day. They did it for the first time last year, and theirs was very successful. I think they had around 400 to 500 people in attendance, and their first time doing it, so.
A lot of states do what they call contractors breakfast, and they do a whole series of them. But I think that putting on one summit like this, I think is more effective, because you can bring all of them together at once, and you don't have the cost of all these little ones, which adds up. But a lot of work to put one on. And I would suggest, if you decide to move forward with something like that, you go see in other states to get their input and see how they operate, because there's a lot of logistics. I mean, one called concepts with Kareem could help, but there's still a lot of people behind the scenes that have to stuffing bags and doing registration, getting the vendors and keeping the vendors happy and all that kind of stuff. A lot of work.
Hey Frank, has this board ever collaborated with the Oregon Governor's Occupational Safety and Health Conference?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm presenting at that.
Okay.
Yeah, we present
I've done it before.
I mean,
We've had a booth there, I think, too. Might have been a Metro Council booth, and we outstaffed it or something. I don't remember.
Go ahead, Nate.
So would it take a concept, I don't fully understand the new rules, so would it take a concept submission form to bring to the board to ask staff to at least investigate what a process would look like for us to consider maybe in 2026? How would we go about directing staff
To do a safety summit?
Right.
So on our committee meeting, I asked for a safety summit for this year. Which they look at the calendar, it says how many events we have this year, how much work needs to be put in, how much money the board, because we can go sponsorship, but if we committed to this, let's say the whole thing is gonna cost now probably $60,000, and the board will need to have that kind of money to go into, because you cannot rely on sponsorship, because you can get it or not get it. You can say I can get like 20, 30,000 on sponsorship and kind of make that numbers low. But what happens if, you're not gonna have that? So you'll need to have enough amount of money to back up that.
So I think what I'm asking is, what is the process we need to go through to answer some of those questions and outline it?
We did one, we have
Oh, it's already
all,
done?
we did a safety summit.
No, I remember that, but for the board to consider doing one in, say, 2026, because obviously 2025 is not a possibility. But I'm asking for Josh and Kitty and maybe yourself as the board chair to explore the concept, give us a wireframe of this is kind of what it would take. Maybe look at sending you guys to Nebraska or Kansas or somewhere.
Well, I think Kitty and,
We were.
Yeah, they went there.
You got snowed in there.
yeah.
We did get snowed in.
It's pretty much dollar sign stays in front of us. With this budget that we have right now, I mean, we can start looking into how many sponsors we might have. I mean, last time we asked for like $2,500, and we had about 10 companies, different levels, different sponsorship. We have all the numbers. We have everything that we spent last time. We have everything that we need to replicate that.
And so maybe if I could get an executive summary of the work that's been done for us to either determine if we want to continue the conversation or not, just what work has been done and what we know, so I could be updated.
Correct.
That would be great. I mean, when we did last time, we said we should do one every other year or every, but then with the
We need some
COVID,
sort
with
of
the new,
justification,
yeah, with
so-
the COVID, with the new executive director, with all those events that we have in the board, we keep putting aside and say, oh, it's not the, you know, not the right time, let's do it next year, and we keep pushing this.
So
Year in,
maybe
year in.
new business.
So we can do it through the concept submission form, but it would just essentially go to Josh and Kitty to put together an issue summary, I guess.
We can ask them to give us an issue summary.
So,
for next meeting.
let's go ahead and submit that,
The issue summary or the, where would you like me
the
to?
concept submission form,
Okay.
No, it's,
or do you
just
just wanna
this,
do?
this has prompted it.
Okay.
We've had a lot of discussion, staff has had a lot of discussions about the pros and cons of the approach of
Okay.
who are you drawing? Are they the usual suspects of people that are already singing the praises, the champions who are already involved in the industry? How much money, time, and resources do you put into putting on a big event that's a feel-good that doesn't move the needle? How do you get the right people to attend if you're really gonna make it meaningful? And when we're already doing, Mid-Oregon Safety Summit, Southern Oregon Safety Summit, there's one out in Pendleton we could be a part of. There's other people doing similar things that we could reach the same objective with and reach other parts of the state instead of putting one in Salem or Portland and expecting people from everywhere to come to us. So there's pros and cons. I definitely am interested in the discussion, and we'll put together an issue summary and we can either ship it to committee or continue the discussion here.
But is other board members feeling like this is something we should explore?
Yeah.
Not just myself?
No, I think I've heard it from others as well.
Okay.
And Mitch especially has been vocal, so, we can investigate.
Thanks.
I think when we initiated it, we intended to do it every year, but Williams backed out of it. They kind of,
Yeah, it was a
they
little bit of
owned
discussion,
it.
correct.
It was, they were kind of act like this is ours, we're gonna keep it, we're gonna keep doing it, and they didn't. So I know the intent was to keep it alive.
OUNC was the intent to keep it alive every other year. It was in like 2018 we did it, and then with COVID and you know, with all the events that happened, we keep putting aside and aside. And we have all the money that we spent, we have everything that was down, we have all the sponsorship and all the keynotes, speakers and everything, and we know how much money cost the whole thing, but that was in 2018, it's probably way more now. You know, we had a lot of help from everybody, not only with sponsorship, but when we did excavation on site and stuff like that. But I think it's something that we can look into. I'm not sure if it can be done this year or next year. We can put it down on a piece of paper and go from there and see how much money and how much time as. I mean, you have to remember we did it before and we were volunteer, you know. But we'll see.
First time out.
It was first time and it was a success.
But I think the crowd you drew was the crowd you were looking for.
We, they signed about, if I remember exactly, we had about 300 members that signed to come in. And due to the snow, that day was about 4 inches of snow all over the place. And we still have like about 220 or 230 people. We offer them, you know, free t-shirt, whatever we could over there, free t-shirt. But we have a great keynote speaker. We had PUC over there. We have OSHA. They have their own presentation and go over. We have trench safety going over. So we pick, and we still have all the calendar and all the events and everything what happened in that.
You did a reenactment too, didn't you? Damage reenactment? Yeah.
Yeah, when we did a mock strike with actually gas, we hit a pipe, we had fire, everybody was happy. We have an ambulance coming in, and we keep this in Salem. Ambulance comes in, we have a victim over there, how they took it out. It was a great show. We still have videos on that. You guys can watch them anytime you want to, the mock strike. How they went over an excavator that dig and found the caution tape, and they said, oh, forget about it. They did all this and all that, and then finally they hit a gas line and we had fires. It was nice. It was, you know, we went over all the locators.
All right, so
Let's see.
sounds like staff is doing the issue summary.
So my last thing that I have with this, and I'm done. So we look at the locator training and we look at other states, how they do it. And how much they pay for it and where the money come from. So, looks like Washington, they're using Space Center. It cost about $850 per person, which is way higher than what we expected. And then, but they have a different process that we lost in transition. They use all this money from the fines. So everything, all the training and education that happened in Washington are sponsored by their fines. So if they have money, they will send all that to the state. And I'm hoping sooner or later, this board is gonna go back to that. And we'll have money for the training and education. And then we actually can look into, something like that with state center, but at this point, $850 per person is way too much. That we can, show them how much it costs, but I don't think we're gonna have any attendance for that kind of thing. That being said, that's all I have. If you guys have any questions?
No, we have Kevin now. He's listening on into the training, the CGA training.
Yeah, great training.
That Paul was talking about.
Okay. I will share my screen. I hope. There we go. So, we partnered with, I should stand on we a little bit. There was an effort, a need that was sent to the Department of Transportation about improving some education opportunities for excavators. And we wanted this group heavily focused on pipeline safety, wanted a lot of the content to be pipeline specific, work conditions in and around that type of work specific. And so we sent a resolution to the Department of Transportation asking for that very thing. We wanted an online training program with content that achieves our shared safety goals, but also partner with U.S. Department of Labor and OSHA. And so they considered it in 2019, COVID happened, and then it was a big long delay until we got the balls rolling again. CGA picked up the project. It was originally intended to be a government training program. But the US Department of Transportation said, no, we really think this should be more of a stakeholder-led group, and so they looked to CGA and partnered with them on it. So CGA created an advisory committee that included excavators, locators, facility owners and operators, a lot of the regulators that I mentioned, and on-call centers. And really, the objective was to reduce the damage to underground facilities through some education product. And the way CGA does a lot of their projects is they'll start out with a survey, okay, and figure out what gaps or what issues are they trying to address with a given directive or a project. And so they craftily did a survey across industry groups, excavators, on-call centers. I think this group participated in that survey as well. And really trying to figure out what are the educational programs that are going to be targeting, how are they being how are they measured for effectiveness? Where's the effectiveness part of considering an education and training program? So some of the things that they looked into and got back from the survey is that they found a number of inconsistencies across the states and tools and availability for the end learner or user. There was a request from the survey that they want actual guidance for excavators and less reliance on someone parroting a standard or a regulation. So how is it relatable to them? And that really pointed into, well, how do you do that? Well, scenario-based training and education. So those are some of the highlights that they pulled out of that survey to try to narrow down the scope of what they should be focusing on. They wanted to, the survey also revealed that the training should talk about the consequences or teach about the consequences. And then, there's a lot of different varieties of descriptions of and focuses on the field implementation of pan digging around a tolerance zone. And so there was a lot of inconsistency about that we thought that we could address through this course development. Talk about effective use of one-call center process. So we do talk about delineation, electronic white lining. That's part of the curriculum that's coming down soon. And then they really wanted to get away from using the jargon that is just infiltrated into this industry and what we do and what we look at on a day-to-day basis. Plain language. So again, getting back, stepping away from how a rule is written or a regulation, but what is something that could be explained in plain language so it's translatable, right, to across different groups. So through the survey, they also found about 54% of the one-call centers have invested in a learning management system. I don't believe we have that. And so there's an unmet need right there that we fit into, that this project and our group could benefit from. So right now, most of the training is done with gas company, pipeline companies making up the great percentage of providing content. And a lot of that has to do with existing standing regulations on public awareness programs and other requirements that they have to meet with the US DOT. But what they found too was the availability was
there was issues with availability, and the objectives seem to change. There's just overall consistency in those 4 areas that are highlighted in there. So what we tried to do with this is roll out a planned approach to some distinct areas in the digging process, or the damage prevention process, I should say. And we categorized the modules in a way that made sense to roll it out in some phases. And so right now we're in phase 1, but we're covering topics with introduction to safe digging, the 811 process, preparing an excavation, and facility protection. All of those 4, most of those things that we hit in phase 1 are the top 5 things that are the leading causes of damages already. So if you've taken the course, or you looked at the course, or considering the course, you're going to get some information to help mitigate some of those top at-risk damage causes right away. There is 4 learning paths. We recognize that there's, a learning path that might be appropriate for the excavator, the guy on the ground, the supervisor, the everyday excavator, just anyone, and then also the owner of the company. And so with that, there's administrative responsibilities, and we'll be getting that into phase 4 to close out this project. Right now, we're working on phase 2, and as alluded and shared with Paul, we've been rolling this out as fast as we can with the tools that we have and the notifications we have about events, and sharing this as quickly as possible for the next calendar year and our next digging season, really. And as far as some of the response that we've gotten already, Paul's certainly highlighted, wasn't expecting didn't ask for a response, but thank you so much in recognizing the importance of that. But yes, we got some pretty heated phone calls back and said, well, what is this? Well, why are you telling me I did this? And I said, no, it's an opportunity to correct. Each company, by law, by OSHA, they must train their employees to recognize the hazards. What is it about this product that might be able to plug some holes for you? And people start to slow down a little bit and understand, okay, this isn't the PUC coming down with a penalty or someone that they've seen before to pay a damage claim on. This is a different product to bridge that gap and get some understanding. All of the modules are based on CGA best practices and content provided by subject matter experts. So it's really nothing new, but it's in a very dynamic, controlled way with a learning management system behind it, so we can measure the effectiveness of the learning product. What is it that Paul missed on those? Why did it take him 2 football games to complete the training? Maybe they won't be able to tell that through the learning management system, but this training product is going to incorporate what's effective, what isn't, so we can make changes going down the road. And it's an unmet need that was seen across the United States, supported by U.S. Department of Labor and our partners with the transportation. And that's where that is going right now. I've already showed this to you earlier, but again, a lot of the training is in phases, and it's addressing a lot of our top root issues that we're investigating, that we're doing complaint investigations on. And so with that, how we're going to be addressing, locating practices, we'll get there. But it's all in phases, and that's where we're at. Any questions? I think the biggest thing for this board, as
as Mitch said, is how are we going to incorporate this onto your guys' website? Is there something specific that you can tie into the CGA's learning management system that is Oregon specific? I've seen some states where they just did a drag and dump, and it's already cluttered, and I don't even know what they're trying to right, to achieve there. So it's complementary to how our rules are written. All of our rules started out based on CGA root or best practices or formulated around those. And so there is a relatable tone to each module as we go forward through these phases. And they're looking for partners to continue to develop content. So if you are a safety manager and there is a module that you see that's coming up or in a phase, they would love to hear from you to consider if you are able to provide some content or some consideration into what is the best way to deliver that learning objective.
So when I was referring to that link, how to bridge this, I was hoping, the best way if CGA has and I'm gonna let Josh look into that, just to have a module for Oregon with everything that's needed, and we don't even need to put in our website, we just have to link it to our website, we don't have to get the program to us. But a link to their program to be on our website. So that's why we don't manage anything, we just send them where they need to go.
Yeah, and the thing is though, you're tying it to a learning management system that's designed to measure effectiveness. If it's just a link path, then.
Yeah, but the Oregon, if we can do like an Oregon module, that will be specific for, not specific for Oregon, because most of them are probably the same, but you can measure specific for that module. So that's gonna give you how many Oregonian excavators they went to that module. That's where you get all the numbers for you, and then if you do that for each state, then, Kim has a question.
I just have a statement. So our creative department has actually created some learning management systems for some of our other states, some modules that are on their websites. If you go to Louisiana, I believe Iowa's is complete now, and Minnesota's getting ready to complete theirs. And so what they can do is, if you reach out to our creative team, they would send you the script that they use in other states. You just go through the script, make it specific to Oregon, and then they build out the modules for you. And then what you can do is have people go in and take those sessions, kind of however you want to do it, and make them specific to what you want people to learn, and then it'll do a certificate and everything for that as well.
Is there a template for how to use NXT and the tools and stuff like that? Is that a possibility?
I haven't dove into each different state.
Yeah.
But that could absolutely be part of one of them, if that's what you're looking, you would base it, right now, they've been building them kind of generically, but then they make them specific to the state. So you will go in and say, okay, well, Louisiana's talking about these state laws, we want to talk about these state laws. So you create your own script, but they give you the base script to build off of. And then if there was an additional module, for example, I think Minnesota built some modules based on their law changes that they just had. That way people could learn about those law changes as well.
You can, if you're interested, just reach out, let Kim or Josh know, or Scott know, and then we'll have creative reach out to you. You don't have to reach out to them.
A great way to bridge the gap and think about the gap is, part of the phase rollout is, what we're touching on is effective 8117 usage. And, well, in our group, we realize we're only gonna get to about this level before we get to the particulars of what an effective one-call ticket submission is. And so we're leaving the door open to invite, an opportunity for one-call centers to say, hey, locators would really like this on your notification to say this, or provide this, or do this. that is something that can get added to this learning management system.
I like that.
And, you don't have to do rule changes.
No, you're right. When do you think, how much content it's ready? When do you think as a date we can actually start looking into moving down content or making the bid? When do you think it's gonna be kind of ready?
You can do it right now. I would recommend waiting to see what the committees bring together for the other modules, to see what gaps or what things could be highlighted, so there's not this duplicative bit. Or if you want to duplicate, then you can, recreate, through what Kim was suggesting. I don't know. I've seen them both sides where they're both there, and I'm like, okay, it's whoever's managing that.
I'll do that. I'll reach out to Josh and we'll go over this to see what's the best approach for us to look into that and start doing what Kim suggested, or just wait a little bit and figure out after that.
Hey Kevin, can I ask a clarifying question? So the learning management system, like say if the city were to want to participate, they have to log in and get an account or profile with the learning management system for CGA. But what if they wanted to partner or just get the content because say like the city has their own learning management system that we would want to add the content to because there's mandatory trainings every essential employee has to do every year and would have to maintain. So
there's three options. Yeah, there's three options for the learning management system as right now. It's anyone can sign up, just CGA website. If you're a company or an organization that has a safety program, wants to administer the safety program, you can designate a administrator through CGA's learning management system, so you're not recreating that. So that's a least cost option there. Or if you already have one that's compatible with CGA's learning management system contractor, which I believe is Corsetra, don't quote me on that. And Corsetra is widely used amongst a number of utilities and leading industries really for learning management. So in Paul's case, I don't know if you're going to have an administrator to, keep track of who takes training in your program, but that's an option. You, as a company, you can have one, your safety official go into the system and start managing, who's taking it and who has it, who needs to take what and who doesn't need to take the next module or whatnot. So there's a lot of flexibility within it.
Any other questions? Kevin?
Happiness. Thank you.
Happiness, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mitch, for the update. All right, Casey, you're on.
All right,
You're on.
we had our ad hoc notification center operation committee meeting sometime in December, if I'm right, but we had 3 action items that we needed to discuss. One of them was the lock status on tickets. The other action item was on ticket check, excavator notifications. Those 2 action items we're ready to bring to the board today and discuss. The third action item that we're going to postpone was discussing ticket bounds. A large project needed some more data that we've received, and we just have to have another call or discussion about that to be able to come back on our next meeting to be able to bring it to the board. All right, so the first action item that what we're going to bring up is the locked ticket status. And the second action item, I'm actually going to give back to Josh to discuss after I cover this. So currently, on the locked ticket status, right? When a locate ticket is processed through the OUNC by the one call concepts, the positive response status
what should we read off of that one? The positive response status is locked by the system after 5 days. This unfortunately keeps the positive response status from being updated after the point because the locator operator can no longer make the updates on the ticket after the due date. I guess some of the background on it, but the locked status was originally devised to keep the system users from changing the response status after the fact, preventing attempts to make it look like something was marked when it wasn't. Basically, this was something that was done in the past, but currently, because the positive response status is date and time stamped, the original need to control that is no longer needed. Because the system captures when any status is entered in changes. So,
No.
I guess our solution would be to formally make this change.
I need to understand this.
So our solution would be to formally make this change. We will recommend a motion to allow one call concepts to set positive response status expiration with the ticket expiration date instead of having a 5-day cap.
Yes, Mitch.
I need to understand this a little bit more better, because it's just a little bit, I can understand exactly what we want, but I just have a damage because the excavator did the 2 business days after the ticket was put in their rights, and some locates were not ready. So how this is gonna help? I mean, if we don't set up a positive response for everybody, if we don't set up, as an excavator cannot dig unless the positive response, it's there, it's not gonna help me as an excavator to damage something. I went to this site, throw my drill in the ground, I'm 2 days after the locates are clear, because some of them are not set positive. My positive, it's not there, it's gonna be locked in 5 days, it doesn't matter, because I'm gonna dig it now. It's not gonna help me in 5 days, somebody wants to say clear, not mark, or unable to, unlocatable, it's not gonna help me, I'm still gonna damage that no matter what.
There are a lot of excavators out there that do, they wait, they're calling tickets, they know, a lot of primary deployment is going on right now. Obviously, we talked about it earlier. So they're a week out on the locates. They know that they're gonna be late on them, and so they're waiting for that positive response to give them the, okay, hey, we can roll our trucks.
You're talking about 3 companies off of 7 tickets. 7 on the same ticket, there are 3 companies on the ticket that are positive response. The rest of them are not.
I think some of this goes.
So I think we're trying to do something here that we should look at the root. We should look, why nobody is going positive response? Only 3 companies in this Oregon are positive. Why we don't look at that? If we look at that, maybe we can look at, okay, if you set up a positive response for everybody, is the excavator allowed to dig in 22 business days if the positive response is not there? Because now you're just blaming the locator.
I'm not sure that we're talking about the same thing.
I think, yeah, we're talking
about something different. So this allows the ticket to stay open and the changes can be made after the fact, right? So
Why do I need to stay the ticket? That's, I know what you're, I know what you're talking about, why I need to stay a ticket open if it's open after the due date. So I can have a.
Yeah, I think it's open to actually updating the
Get your
ticket.
status.
Yeah, so-
Locators.
But I'm gonna update the ticket, let's say 30 days from now on, because it's the life of the ticket. My crew that dig there, it's gone. They don't even care if that says mark or not mark. They're already done. They're not gonna wait 30 days.
They may
So
not
if they
wait.
call, so there's a mistake here. If they call in today and they wanna wait 30 days to dig, there's a problem. There's a 10 days that they need to dig.
What if you have a contractor, like, so we see this instance where a contractor comes in and they're doing pole work, and they'll call in 15 different poles, and our locator can't get to all those in their 2 days, so they will reach out to that company and say, hey, you put this in, I can only do 15 of these, and then when they're done, we can come in and mark and update that they're done. If it's after 5 days, and we go out there on day 6, day 7, we can't go into the system and update and say, it's done. So the locator would have to physically call that person back and say, hey, okay, now they're done. But if we can call him and say, hey, you put in way too many tickets for us to get done, and we have that agreement, and we understand it's gonna happen, then as we mark those tickets, he'll get an update that it's been done, as opposed to us having to do this. That's kind of where I was.
I'm not opposing this.
That's what I was.
I can tell you this is not gonna help damage prevention. Clear. This is not gonna, damage, it helps communication, doesn't help damage prevention. So even if I move this to the 45 days, damage can happen up to.
Maybe if it's there, your guys that dig when there's no marks after 5 days, will hold off.
No, they dig after 2 days. I just have a fiber.
Maybe if they
He
know
dig
that
after 2 days. There is no positive response in everybody. So I don't know how, but if we want to move to 45 days, I had one that I look into, and I said, how come my locates it's not marked, correct? Because it was 9 days. So my locator was, okay, so I looked down and I said, okay, there's something wrong here because it's not located. Then I found out from Scott, there was locked 5 days. You actually gave me the 5 days. And I was like, oh, that's why. Because when I look into my ticket system management, it tells me they send a respond to OCC. But because the ticket is locked, respond will not gonna come out. But we're talking about 10 days after the location should be cleared.
But you would rather get that response 6 days into this than not get a response at all. As a contractor, you want to see the response.
Oh, I agree with you. I think we're looking at this is not gonna help
So
them.
there are a lot of contractors out there that are using this when they go out to the
It
job
does
site.
come into play through damage prevention too, because if I'm looking at a 5,000 foot long ticket, he's not gonna be able to mark the whole thing in the 2 full business days.
Why are you calling the 5,000? Because you have to dig in 10 days.
Just for example, if you've got a long main replacement.
So this is what I'm saying. Sometimes we look
No,
at
let me
this kind of
speak for a
thing
second.
and we go over and over and
Rich,
over.
hold on.
I call 10,000
Can
feet.
you tell?
I'm not gonna dig them in 3 months. Why you call 10,000 feet? So I wanna put responsibility on all of them, not only on excavator. The guy that called in.
So I'll make a motion to allow the One Call Concepts to set up positive response status exploration with the ticket expiration date.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Right, there's further discussion. What's the potential for misuse of it? I understand there's ongoing projects. There's gonna be, times where a ticket status needs to be updated after 5 days. I understand that there's date timestamp, but who's actually going to go in and review those? Probably not unless there's some issue that arises. Nobody's going to take the time to review all of those that have been changed after the ticket is supposed to be marked and ready to go. So what's the potential for misuse of this and not having that visibility? Because you could have somebody going in and marking it a status of ongoing, but it's actually just because they have too many and they can't get to it, and they know that they have the capability in the system to set it to marked 2 weeks from the time that they should have. And nobody's really gonna have visibility of that unless you look at each individual ticket.
There shouldn't be a difference between what we're doing now though, even with this motion, that the ongoing status will still be stamped, but it doesn't change the fact that they can go back in and status is complete. I don't think there would be any.
Can you status an ongoing ticket as complete out of the 5-day window?
I think that's really the intent is.
Yes.
Right. To be able to continue status when tickets there. And we can pull reports for on-time locates or tickets that aren't on time. So we can provide that data will exist, so if you wanna know what has been statused with a complete status after the 2 full business days or 10 business days, whichever it applies, we can pull that for you.
Or you could see, for your example, we could pull and say what utilities are using this ongoing status. And you could see how many tickets they're using it on or what percentage of their tickets. I mean, we could do that. We could pull specific statuses. So you could see if somebody's abusing a specific status. And I think we've said this before, but our system logs every single action that's taken. So if somebody goes in on day 2 and puts ongoing and then goes in on day 10 and changes it to something else and goes in on day 30 and changes it to something else, we have every single one of those actions that we can produce. It's actually in the status history on, like, when you go into search and status, if you click status history, you can see every single action that's taken. So that's all stuff that Scott said that we could report on or provide back to you, but it is visible to be able to see that. But to your point, you have to go in and view each of those tickets to see that status history, but it would be there if you had a ticket in question.
I don't remember if it was Kim or Scott, but one of you said that this is already in place in another state or multiple other states. Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta say, though, just like here, we take our instructions from the boards and those sets. So it's not like we don't do it arbitrarily or at our desire.
Yeah.
We work for them the same way we work for you, subject to your oversight and your expectations for the center, and requirements, et cetera. We don't just do it on our own.
No. It's good to see that other states have implemented this, and I'm assuming that they're not having misuse or blowback, otherwise they wouldn't keep using that.
Well, they each do something different.
Sure.
Some of them close it at the due date, some of them close it at so many days past the due date, some of them leave it open, so it's all over the board. I don't know what all states we operate in where positive response is mandatory. I think it's North Dakota is one, right?
Iowa and Missouri are both
Mandatory. Becomes more useful when positive response is mandatory.
Yeah.
And you're trying to look at, on-time response and all that kind of stuff. So, and there is, Mitch, I think there is some scenarios where it makes sense. I don't know if there's really a downside to extending it out.
No.
Whether it's a positive, I don't know if there's a positive side either.
This is what I'm saying. I don't think there's I think this was more brought up by locators to us, so they can extend this, which I agree.
But
If they need this, first of all, I was surprised we actually lost the ticket after 5 days. I didn't know. I just found out.
I think, sorry.
It's not an extension though, this is still a 2-day ticket, and if you can't make your 2 days, you are still responsible for making contact and saying, I can't make my 2 days, I will update positive response as soon as it's done. We're not saying, now that this is open, you can just do it whenever you want, it's still a 2-day ticket.
That's what I'm saying. This is just positive response, nothing else.
And if you use positive response, and maybe your guy doesn't have good information, he's out locating, misses something, right, and says, no conflict, and then realizes after the ticket, after that 5-day window's closed, that, oh, actually, we do have a pipe going through there, and they need to go out and mark it, and they can't update the positive response, saying, hey, it was marked. Now, you got a contractor rolling up with marks on the ground they didn't expect.
Yeah, Nate has something.
I call the question.
Say that again?
I call the question. Means,
I don't know what that means.
that means we need to take action on this for no more discussion.
Yeah.
Discussion stops. And we vote.
We've already voted.
No, you're on the
Well, we
second.
put in the motion, second motion, so we were discussing, so we were in the middle of discussion. All right, all approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, state the same. Motion passes.
The second action item here, I'm gonna let Josh discuss, is the ticket check with excavator notifications. Are you okay with discussing it, Josh?
Yeah, I'm just making sure I have the same. No, that's not it. It's the one we just talked about, and I think we talked about that enough. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, without further ado, this was prompted. This was prompted by a concept submission form from Jennifer Bates from Eugene Public Utility District, I believe it was. And she felt that email notifications should be prompted with positive response status to excavators. Committee discussed this. The big concern was over notification if inboxes start getting flooded with these positive response updates. And so I think there's, the committee consensus was as long as there's one email that goes out, was it after the 2-day? After the 2-day, you get one update of positive response with a link to search and status. So if after that point, as we just discussed, other updates are made, that they can monitor that. But this would address her her concept submission form.
And I just
have the support of the
ask a question, Josh. You said up there excavation start date. So if they give us a start date that's 5 days out, is it at that time or at the 2 days?
Good question. I didn't read my own.
At the work begin date.
Well, whatever it is.
Whatever the
2
work
days
begin
or
date.
5 days.
Okay. Or 10 days for, pre-survey. 10 days for pre-survey.
The work begins day, is that what you said?
Excavation start date. Yeah, it's gonna stay at the excavation start date.
So this is the committee recommendation for board consideration.
Can I just clarify something? So the link, you just want them to be able to be linked in to view the ticket and the statuses, right? So if the link takes them into like my tickets, where they can view their ticket, like, and see the status, that's just what,
Yeah.
we can get into the minutia of
Yeah,
that later.
exactly.
You just want it to link in to where they can see the utilities and the statuses that are.
Yeah, that if something's not complete, that they'd still be able to track that, or if something, like we just talked about, if something gets changed down the road, they'd still, without getting continuous email after email.
Okay, thank you.
My concern was if they get flooded, they're gonna tune out and stop paying attention to the things we want them to see.
I agree with I like the one email.
And you're not looking for anything that's at 30 days or 45 days out, any change made up there, be notified. Okay.
Not under this motion.
I'll move to allow One Call Concepts to provide email notifications to excavator reflecting the current positive response status at the excavation start date, and an email will be included with a link to search and status.
Second.
Isn't it supposed to be work begin date instead of excavation start date?
I believe it says work to begin date on the ticket. What's it say on the ticket? Yeah, that would be their timestamp, so.
So I think that's what it needs to be changed to.
Do
we have to make a major amendment?
We'll amend the motion to change excavation start date to work to begin date.
Second.
Any further discussion? All opposed, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say the same. Okay, motion passes as amended.
And that's everything from us, and we've got a little bit more work to do to discuss the ticket balance on that ad hoc and.
Okay, John one.
The main one that I was concerned about, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Casey, for doing the ad hoc committee. Looking forward to next time. All right, moving on to board business, old business. We need a formal vote on rule changes.
Maybe.
Yes.
Rule changes. It's hard to not be a member and not interject a lot of the time. But if I may mention one thing. So a lot of these rules, when I had the committee, there was a few that we had, as a board, passed. We revisited those two particular rules along with others many of which we mirrored from a white paper that Jamie had brought to the committee. I think the rules were vetted over and over and over. But I think, I think it'd be good to go back over it, to revisit them. If anyone has questions, it is a big move, it is a rule change. So I think that'd be prudent to do. But we have vetted these rules, and there's not many. A lot of them got watered down from what they initially were. So I would implore everyone to at least take a look at them if you haven't, and maybe we move to postpone.
So, I totally agree with you, and what I feel at this moment in time is I've heard a lot of concern about these rules, and I feel like we just need to possibly go through them, discuss them a bit. I do not want to make any sort of vote right now. First of all, because we don't have all the big players here, and I think that we need to have all the big players here in order to make a rule vote. And I know that's not in our bylaws, because I just looked it up, but now I'm thinking in my head that that needs to be changed. I think anytime we do anything with OARs, that we need to have at least 2/3 of the voting here, and it has to be our big players, you know, our gas, our electric, our fiber, our PUC, and our contractors. So a representative from everyone.
And that's tough, you know, a quarter of the meeting, it's tough to do that.
It absolutely is, but these are big rules. You know, it affects a lot of people, so I feel like we can look at them right now, but I don't necessarily want to make a ruling on them. If we need to have another special meeting, you know, between now and April, let's go right on ahead and do it. Go ahead, Kevin.
I had a question, was there, so I understand it correctly, if we did not receive any public comment on these rules? Correct. And as big as this is, in some of the open testimony that we heard this morning, I'm not concerned about the merits of the particulars of the rule. We can, that's an exercise. What I'm really worried about is, are we meeting our rule adoption process that makes sure that it's a collaborative process? To not receive any comment from the excavation community, the contractors community, and just having meetings. I'm worried about, is this, I know it's been vetted, or you say that it's been vetted, I don't know what that means. I don't know if there's been a judicial review of this. I'm worried about the process, not so much the merits of what's up there. That's a different discussion. But I have concerns.
You're questioning the process.
The effectiveness of the process. Not so much are we checking the boxes, are we adopting the rules correctly? Is there enough consideration for it being effective? To receive zero comment and have that much implication is a big concern. It's a red flag.
So we're followed, to my understanding, it's stated in the rules, the process is followed. Are you saying we should change that, or we should look into changing that?
No.
That's.
I said effectiveness, effect.
Okay.
I'm worried about the effectiveness.
Sure.
So that's something that probably should be thought about differently. I'm not arguing about the process, the merits, okay? The effectiveness of this process, and to receive zero comments and to take, meetings, quarterly, and zero, judicial review.
So have we done anything different than any other state agency? I mean, or is this something that we can take from others that we can incorporate? So you're aware?
I can,
more effective?
It's worth a discussion with our previous rule coordinators.
Because we didn't have this issue before with all the other ones that we recorded and we have.
No, I don't believe so. No, I don't believe so during the last, no, Diane, the process was that we didn't have any comments. There's no hearings, so.
No, we've had numerous rule updates. It just wasn't the one that you were involved with. We have those on the record. We had judicial review, we had comments, we had stuff in the files. It's on our website. Okay, for it to all dry up, I'm concerned.
Tyler?
Hi there, everyone. I just wanted to speak in really quickly. I'm based in Washington and I cover all of Avista's footprint. I've been at Avista for a few years now, but Michelle Tyree did a lot of the Oregon stuff for us. And when she retired, we didn't really do a great job of, filling that slot and being a big part in the Oregon conversation. That's one of the reasons I'm here, is now that I'm aware of how this group operates and, the processes that are taking place. I wasn't notified about these rule changes until late of 2024. So I kind of thought public comment stuff had already ceased. I didn't know the rules of submitting any type of public comment and having time at the beginning of the meeting to speak. But I would have definitely spoken on a few of these topics had I known the process. And now that I do, I plan to be a much bigger presence as stuff like this comes up, to be a voice and be of somewhat help, or at least a gas facility operator voice. How's it? Thank you.
For you, Governance Committee. Nate?
Just related to your comment about having select board members in a meeting prior to taking vote, I think that's a real slippery slope. No board member has more power than another, and that's how the board is designed. And so I don't perceive that being a benefit, even though I understand the sentiment of the comment, that it's important that they weigh in and voice their opinion. But I don't think it's in the board's best interest to start saying these people need to be in a room before we vote on. We just need the process in place with majority, and it works out how it is, and there's a process in place to adjust decisions that we've made in the past to revisit them in the future. So I think if we follow the process, this is where we're at. We take the concerns, but we continue to conduct business like we have and fix the process moving forward, even though we've identified some areas where we can do better in the future. That's my thought.
Okay, noted. Go ahead, Josh.
We're going to take a step back. I would just ask that the board members let me know what we haven't done that needs to be done to make this process work, because we started noticing in January of 2024. We put out multiple free format messages, emails, posts on our website, public notices of our committee meetings that discuss these proposals, public notices of each of our board meetings where we held public hearings and invited written and public in-person testimony. And now a year later, we're hearing that didn't happen. So one request would be, what haven't we done that we need to do, and I'll do it. Two would be, each of you have an obligation as a board member to communicate to your stakeholders. If that's not happening, then I can't do all of that. That's one of your jobs as a board member, is to communicate what we're talking about, what we're considering, to all of the people who that's going to impact. And if you haven't done your part, I would ask you, please, to do a better job of communicating with your stakeholder groups so that they're engaged and they're knowledgeable about this, so they don't get caught off guard and we're not put in this position. Because now the optics of this is that we don't have our ducks in a row. We don't know what we're doing, because now we've changed the milepost twice, saying this is going to be done by this date. Nope, just kidding, it's going to be done by this date, and now we're stuck doing it again. And so I don't want to send the message that we don't know what we're doing. We've got to have a game plan, and we've got to stick with it.
Understood.
So that's my perspective on this.
That is exactly why I said we could probably do a special meeting to vote on this, because I understand what you said as April 1st. So by myself, I would like just a little bit of time to think about it before we vote. We're okay with that? And everyone's okay with that?
Does that mean another special, like a special meeting,
That would be 2 special meetings.
2 special meetings?
I mean, they're only gonna take like 15 minutes, so it should be okay.
And the purpose of waiting is
And
to,
then the special meeting, we're gonna discuss all this that we discussed last year.
Will we be voting?
We were just voting this.
I'm kind of with Nate, right? So we work through the process, right? Takes a village. Once these rules are passed, if we have errors that are within there, we can always come back to them and revise them, right?
Okay.
If I understood you correctly, that's kind of what you're saying.
My feeling is, we went through the process, we checked the appropriate boxes related to the process, and we have this in our agenda ready. I think we have the board members present. My feeling is we got it.
I agree.
I never heard about any complaints to it, except just this morning, for the 30 days. Concern, that was the only one that I.
Any committees that we're attending, we're addressing this with the committee members as well. In Washington, we brought this up. So it's, the contractors are present during these meetings and we're discussing it. There's nothing really being brought up. We're directing them to the website to make the comments and. Sure.
I will say I've heard some pushback on the electronic white lining with concerns about how it'd be implemented and what would take precedent over, like, is it the written description, is it the polygon, is it the paint on the ground, and if they don't mesh, which one trumps the other, and so we need to address that if we're gonna roll out. That they can't go out half-baked.
But if that information wasn't provided during public testimony or public comment period, do we take that under advisement?
I think for implementation, yes.
Frank, did you have something?
I just, in my own mind, I know that this was rolled out and then rolled back. What prompted, I mean, did somebody make a call, Josh, to you, or what happened that caused that?
We didn't have a formal vote on record to proceed, and so
okay.
we checked through our
But
minutes.
somebody called you up and said, what is this?
No, I was reviewing it, and that's a checkpoint. We
Okay.
didn't have that on record, and so we have to formalize and have something in our minutes saying that we actually approved these, rather than just.
So you cut it yourself, it wasn't somebody
Yes, correct.
complaining about it?
Correct, yeah. Because we had opened the hearing, closed the hearing, opened the hearing twice, 2 meetings in a row, and then we never took a vote to say yea or nay.
Gotcha.
Okay. Well, if the majority wants to motion to move forward, then I will go with the majority.
So moved.
Second. Okay, any further discussion?
Who's the second on record?
All of them.
You're gonna vote.
Any further discussion? All, my head is like, all approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say the same. Okay, the
Any
motion passed.
abstentions? Is anybody abstaining?
Anyone abstain?
I'll abstain.
Okay. Did you get that? Alright,
So the motion was to accept all the proposed rulemaking changes.
all the opposed rules and motion passes. Okay, so these will be out and about, April 1st.
April 1st.
Okay.
We need to speak about the one Josh talked about further?
I think that'll be discussed operation.
Before implementation.
It'll be, discussed operation with OCC, how electronic that will be used, which was already thoroughly discussed.
Yep.
So.
Okay, so next thing on old business is the work session for the RFP call center contract. Do Do you have something on that, Josh?
RFP,
Yeah.
yes, briefly. Heads up, expect to see a survey from Kitty before the next meeting. We're gonna be surveying you on it'll include the timeline, what we're expecting, and Melanie already referred to that at the beginning of the meeting. But the survey is gonna include elements of the contract, kind of the wish list of things we've talked about over the last few years, of things that we wish that we had or wish that we could change. And we're gonna have some discussions about that in a closed executive session in future meetings. But we wanna make sure that everyone has a voice in this and has time to think about it and get back to us. So we're gonna give you ample time to ruminate on it, let us know, and Kitty and I will follow up. So, and if you have questions along the way, please reach out. This is a heavy lift, it's a big one, we want to get it right, and we want everybody to have a voice.
Back at you for the retreat recap and revision of the strategic plan.
In the interest of time, I think we were all there, or actually most of us were there. Any thoughts afterwards on your drive home or since then of how those breakout sessions went and takeaways? I've got some notes here that I'm going to share with you in just a moment, but I just wanted to open it up if anybody had any thoughts about it. Was it a good use of time? Should we do it again this year? Because Melanie and I are already talking about scheduling another one for this year.
Yeah. I have a question on the minutes
No,
from
sure.
that meeting. It mentions there was only 7 board members present, but I think there was more than that.
She said there were only 7 board
Maybe it
members.
meant 17. No, they're named.
I have pictures, so I could go back to the pictures. But I know we had more than 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There's only 7 people named, so I was curious about that.
Good catch.
So what did we feel about the retreat?
We have a question over here.
Yeah, Nate.
I would love to participate in the retreat, but I always have a conflict with my OMU meeting that falls on the same date. And so if possible, if the board would be open to looking at a different date. I know it's just to coordinate my schedule, but I would love to participate. So if the board's open to doing it.
I don't know, Nate, we already have it planned.
I know. Just something to
We're just
consider.
gonna go with the agenda.
I'm trying to get in early. But I would love to participate.
We need to rename it from a retreat to like work.
Right.
Yeah, I
So-
know, sorry, I know this year it was supposed to be, or originally talked about July, and then we had it at the later meeting. Is it historically always at a certain time?
No, it isn't. I was just giving Nate a hard
Yeah.
time.
We can go in it.
So, but I don't think we really have it planned per se in regards to next year, but what about this past one that we had? Was there, I mean, how did you guys feel about it? Was it okay? Did you get value out of it? Were you still hazy from the night before?
I was gonna say, I think the best part of the whole retreat, I mean, not to sound cliche, but was the night before, like the dinner. Because as a new member, I got a chance to visit with people, learn more about them, engage a little bit more than just sitting across from the table. So that part of it, I appreciated. I think if possible, if the group thinks that it doesn't need to be a retreat, like there's something to discuss, still including a night like that as a board option, but it would be good. I think that camaraderie and ability that I feel more comfortable now having conversation with people and talking because you start to get an idea of what those people are like. So I think that was a great part of it.
Right, thank you.
I'd like to mention that I thought it was great when we kind of had those little work sessions and kind of grouped up and spitballed kind of problem solved. It was great to see and kind of hear how other people think and how you can kind of, migrate plans together and come up with kind of a common solution. So that was helpful.
Okay.
That was helpful to me for the strategic plan to hear from some of you. And then, as I mentioned in that survey, one of the big takeaways was that you guys don't know each other that well, and that I think at some point Andy's got to defend his bowling title. So maybe we'll have to do another bowling night. But I think those events, like Robbie said, are really beneficial because the more we know each other and trust each other, and and know what we do and what our strengths are, the better we'll be as a group. And like the metaphor I used at the beginning with the a cappella group is when they're coordinated and in harmony, they work better together, just like a board. And so some of the takeaways, OCC enhancements, leveraging technology, querying our users to make sure that we're meeting their needs. With our budget, better forecasting and tools and information to inform decisions, especially when it comes to the tariff. Partnerships came up in most of the groups, that we need to do a better job of not going it alone, working with partners, both communication and looking at partnering with others on our training efforts. Data, more information, better information, up-to-date information, connecting with contractors, UCCs, having a dirt representative report like we did today, getting to the root of why damages are occurring and what we can do about it, monitoring trends, and then publicity, more proactive outreach with an excavator focus, grant funding, permit departments came up fairly often that we need to do a better job of working with building departments and permits. And lastly was reviewing and updating our board governing documents on an ongoing basis to make sure that they're still working for us, and differentiating between rules and operational changes. And then I think everyone agreed that we need to do a better job of following Robert's rules, the brief version of it, in all meeting settings. And so if you don't have the book, Katie has extras, I've got extras, and I think we can all do a better job of working on that. But good takeaways and great engagement, ideas, and direction, and we'll be following up with a strategic plan draft for the next meeting.
Can I make a point of clarification? You were talking about permitting, building permits. Those are by building code. They have nothing to do with the right-of-way. They may not be the entities you want. I know at Clackamas County, it's the engineering department that handles the permits for the right-of-way. So you might check with each jurisdiction to see which department handles the right-of-way permitting.
Good call. Thank you.
Okay, new business, board travel, we already kind of went through that.
Yep.
We approved.
Covered.
Mhm. Has anyone had a moment to think about that and,
You wanna go to Tennessee?
possibly go to CGA in April?
We've heard from a few.
Okay.
I'm starting to build a list.
So also with the board travel, maybe we do need to make a vote on where the retreat will be and when it'll be. Nate?
I suggest Hermiston, Oregon. What is it? A lot of people don't know, but it's the third most visited tourist destination.
We all know,
in
Nate.
Oregon.
We all know.
Yeah,
Thank
third
you.
most, lots to do.
It's where the rest stop is.
Yeah, we've been petitioning OCC to have their user group there too, so.
Okay.
Could you repeat, you're looking for places to what? I missed that.
So the retreat, so we usually piggyback off of one of our meetings. What is the meeting in October? God.
That's right.
I know.
And the one before that is where?
Fellowship.
Fellowship.
Oh, planet.
And when is your meeting?
I propose we come to Hermiston in December. Beautiful that time of year. Beautiful.
Yeah, just get changed.
I would just
184.
say, not for everyone, but a lot of times it's hard to get people, especially in July. Like a lot of vacations and stuff going on, so if we do the retreat in July, yeah, Salishan's beautiful, but we might have to turn out.
So October would be it again. October, we get you know, have a field trip to Hermiston.
There's no watermelons in.
No, they're not
They're
ready
mushy
yet.
by then.
You know, in the season.
They're in the season.
So is
but
that what we wanna do again?
We make a
is-
special request, he's gonna arrange
is
for the
a retreat.
watermelon to be ready for us.
In Pendleton again?
It will, but I would make a motion at some time in the future to change the date of that meeting. To maybe earlier in the week or the week prior.
When I'm driving back on Friday.
Whatever.
We could always make it a day
Oh, we
ahead.
probably already signed the contract out. I can figure it out on my end.
Kitty, can you look it up and give us some options there on what we can do for the retreat, maybe a day before?
We signed a contract with the hotel there.
Yes,
After is better.
that's what I'm just noting, because I'm gonna have to contact them if we're staying for a morning retreat.
I'll work on my end.
But moving a day up, right? Instead of.
Kitty, don't do any work on my behalf yet, I'll see if I can work on the other side.
Does your motion still stand? You made a motion.
All right, so possible retreat in Pendleton in October.
Second.
Lynn, you wanna give us a report on the meeting yesterday? You're still on.
Yes. Lynn, we can't hear you.
You have to repeat everything again.
Can you hear me now? No?
Yes.
Mute it again. We could hear you before.
Oh, good. Okay, we had our meeting yesterday. Thanks for everyone who was from the OUNC board who also attended. Ian Sargent from Alpha Media also came to our meeting and presented. She is doing, or they are, doing outreach in our underserved areas where our boards are dissolving or hibernating. So we have hired them to do outreach in those areas. It looks like we also have really good response in that, so that's pretty exciting. Our treasurer balance is $13,618.84. We had a good conversation about who's attending the UCC meetings. It's usually mostly government and utilities, very few contractors, and of course, the lack of getting people involved since COVID. So how we get those interests back up and maybe how we get contractors interested. We had a pretty good conversation about that. Some of the things we talked about is, do boundaries need to change in the UCC areas? Reaching out and seeing if we can get places like ODOT and places and utilities that we know are in the areas interested and get them going again. So we'll see. Looked at tickets by county from One Call Concepts, and I think that's about it. Anybody have any questions or want anything they want to add?
I just want to add that Lynn mentioned our remaining budget is 13,000, but our actual spending budget is closer to 7,200. And as committed, we've hired Alpha Media to do outreach. They're in the middle of their outreach program right now, which is actually going to basically make our ending balance for our support funds zero. So the other dollars that are accounted for there are more for like our trailer fund that we have and our operational fund. So the money that we get from the board that we use to do outreach with is basically zero this year. So I know there was some concerns at the last board meeting around that. And we did have a pretty robust discussion started, at least around kind of the way a lot of our councils are kind of seceding or leaving the OUCC because they're underrepresented or there's no one involved in those areas. Kind of to what Lynn was talking about of getting some key stakeholders involved, like ODOT and some of the natural gas facilities or other areas that might be, other entities that might show up as champions in those different areas. That's something we intend to work on over the next few months. We understand that it's a commitment of ours to hopefully get you, I mentioned at the last meeting about potentially asking for more funding from the OUNC. We want to kind of have some further discussions at our level to see if that's necessary based on these different councils leaving, if you will, and how we want to respond to that, if we can regroup those or not. We also left with a decision to have, kind of hoping to have a co-executives meeting with the OUNC, just to kind of have a refreshed conversation about what our real mission is. Started out as I kind of shared just what it says in your book, which I'm sure you all have memorized. But both of our mission statements are listed here inside the book. And just the opening line is the Oregon Utility Coordinating Council is dedicated to promoting organized planning and installation of underground facilities, as well as protecting those substructures once placed. And we kind of talked about how we're doing a really great job of protecting those facilities by being the regional boots on the ground voice for the 811 messaging. But a lot of the utility councils have not been doing as much of the promoting organized planning. There used to be a lot of involvement in by utilities and excavators who would come in and share what they're doing every month. Some of them still do a great job. I know some of the councils are still very involved in doing that share, but I know, I guess certainly for the MUCC, we don't really do that anymore because a lot of our attendees have changed a lot. Now we have a lot of contract locators, and there's still like Northwest Natural, the natural gas worlds are still involved. So anyways, we thought it would be beneficial, and I'm hoping this board agrees to kind of have a co-executive level conversation about what really is the expectation from this board for the OUCC and the local UCCs, and then how we can best accomplish that. So are we doing a good job by utilizing Alpha Media the way we are in support of this board, or is there more we can do on our end?
Got it.
And that's what I got.
Thanks, Scott.
All right. Thanks, Lynn and Scott. Any national news? Besides CGA? No? Okay.
All good.
Good to the order. We have the Morrison Award.
Yeah, I'll say a few things. So they'd asked me to kind of remind me when we started this back in 2018. Brian Baxter was our first recipient. The following year was Frank Frenzel, then Don Moore in 21. 2022 was Frank. Last year was Jason Williams from Northwest Natural. And this year, Lisa Patterson was awarded. Let's see. She's a field locating supervisor for applied professional services, known for her unwavering dedication to safety and education. She spent the last 29 years as a locator, professional locator. She's been involved with the MUCC Council since 2019. She's currently the secretary. I don't know if you guys remember, she featured with Josh last year. We did a KPTV Fox 12 where she was. Great job, yeah. Let's see. Wholeheartedly understands the value of protecting of utilities and infrastructure, and believes that being proactive in planning and organized at each job is paramount to save time, money, and most importantly, lives. So she received the plaque during the holiday. She was unfortunately unable to make it yesterday or today. she's at a conference, so, but she was very grateful. And I always reach out to Angie Morrison, who was married to Jared, and she loves hearing every year that we're still doing this, and the families, I send pictures, so they're always grateful as well.
Well deserved. Thank you very much for those of you younger. Yes, Nate?
Just thank you, Dan, for continuing to make Oregon a priority by your presence. We appreciate it. And so thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity. Stay close to what's important.
Next in the list is Lee. Sorry.
That's okay, I don't have an update though.
No.
It's us for you.
You're
off the hook.
at this job. I don't know what's going on.
No, we need a full update now?
Yeah. Yeah, we just wanted to say how much we appreciate you and how you're very much a valued member here and how your input was always received well. And we're sorry that you're leaving us.
I'm sad too.
Yeah.
You guys are fun. I was telling Josh, and I've probably told you before, but I'll tell you again, is the best happy accident of my career, because I've always loved construction and, excavator safety and the whole bit. And actually, that's one of the sad things about this new job is it's very exciting, but I won't be in the field as much with the field crews, and so I'll miss that. But I'm happy to be. I actually was talking to Scott on the break. I'm gonna see if there's any way I can try to serve maybe on the OUCC, or if you guys ever need volunteers for events. It was a great experience, and I'd be happy to be involved in some capacity.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it.
And I'll help whoever wants to do the data committee chair. I'm telling you, Josh does a lot of the heavy lifting and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you made it easy, both of you. So thank you for everything.
Thank you. It was great having you on the board, especially at a time where there was so much activity involving the city of Portland, and that connection was really important. And gonna miss your sense of humor and your expertise, and it's been just really great having you at events and meetings and conferences, and you're a great board member and a great leader on our executive team and a great chair of our data committee.
Well, I hope that once the city kind of, works out through some of the administration issues with moving to the city administrator form of government, I'm hoping you'll have increased participation. But if you don't, yeah.
Okay. Do we have anything else for good of the order? No?
Oh, we have to present her plaque though.
Do you want to do it now or can we do it after?
We can do it after, and we'll do a photo op.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All
Thank you.
approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, state the same. Okay, next meeting is scheduled for April 27th at 7 Feathers Resort. See you guys then. Have fun.
So Jamie, is it there?
Not.